Chicago Heights, Illinois.
All right, let me just pull you right up and give me just a second, Carol.
Sure.
So are you still in Chicago Heights right now?
No, I live in Cedar Lake, Indiana now.
Indiana. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, how is it in Indiana right now? What's the weather like there?
It is beautiful, 65 and sunny. It was a little cloudy this morning, but I was out taking the cat for a walk in the sun, and I've got daisies blooming. We haven't had any much cold weather. I got some, even a petunia popped up this morning. Yeah.
Oh, wow. So is that normal for this time of year?
No, it's not. We've had abnormally warm fall, and they're predicting not a lot of snow this winter in this part of the country.
Yeah, quite interesting. Yeah. Well, I've got you pulled up here, Carol, and just let me make sure we've got December 25th, 1968 in Chicago Heights at 8:15 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Awesome. Okay, great. So what I see for you, I do see that your sun is in the sign of Capricorn. You also have Capricorn rising and Mercury in Capricorn.
Yes, I have a son. Wow, that's amazing because I have a son that was born on the same day, Christmas Day, but 1990. We were both born on, that's why my name's Carol. I named him Nicholas. We were both born on Christmas Day, yes.
Oh, beautiful. Beautiful.
Yeah. And I have another son too, but that one, the newspaper came out, took a picture of us.
Oh, wow. Wow. That's wonderful. Yeah. And I do see that we have your moon in the sign of Pisces. You're aware of that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to start off, let's start off with the moon just for a second, because the moon shows us a lot about our feelings, emotions, what makes us feel safe, nurtured, and how we like to nurture others. Now, almost every client that I've had with moon in Pisces, they tend to be extremely sensitive, energetically sensitive and emotionally sensitive. Is that true for you?
Yes, very true. In a lot of ways, in all my senses, yes.
Yes, and I see that
and I'm sensitive on the other people. Go ahead, other people's energy too.
Yes. Okay. Yes. And I would actually say, Carol, that you're probably quite intuitive. You know, you're talking about other people's energies. It looks like you've got probably, strong potential to develop your intuition in a strong way.
Yes, I'm getting better. Yes.
Yes. And I know right here, I noticed that your moon is conjunct Chiron, and I just want to talk about that for a second, because Chiron is an asteroid, and Chiron usually shows up where we may be a little bit vulnerable, where we might have a little bit of work to do, or if there's just a little bit of a soft spot. So with the moon conjunct Chiron, I would say that maybe you've had these strong emotions or strong intuitive insights for your entire life, and it may not have always been the most comfortable to experience these.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah,
that's correct.
Okay. Were you a child who, by any chance, that maybe saw things that other people didn't, or did experience things or felt things?
Yes, I did. Yes. Yeah, I sensed a spiritual presence in the house I was born, grew up in. That was the only house I sensed it in. Other places I live, I haven't had it. I knew there was something that good in the house. And nobody else noticed it but me.
That's what it looks like.
I take that back. My mom did a little.
Your mom did as well. Okay. Yeah. I'm seeing that here. And mom or the moon also can represent our mother or the maternal line in our family. So the fact that we've got moon in Pisces conjunct Chiron, that would also kind of lean towards mom may have had the same level of sensitivity. And actually, you may have gotten it from her. Does that make sense?
I believe my mother was my soulmate. and my best friend, and she's been gone 20 years. And when she left, she took part of me with her. Yes, absolutely true.
Wow, wow. And it's so interesting that you call your mother your soulmate, because
Yes.
we do have that moon conjunct Chiron, actually conjunct your north node as well. And with when I'm doing synastry charts, I can usually tell if someone has a soul connection to someone else if there is like a placement that's close to the north node. So with moon, I would say in close proximity to the north node, it almost looks like mom who's the soulmate, or mom who I've had a connection with before at another time. You understand?
Yeah, when I say soulmate, I mean we've lived other lives, many lives together.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, yeah, I see that here. Now let's take a look at your sun, because you've got your sun in the earth sign of Capricorn. Now Capricorn is, the first sign of winter. It's cold outside. So Capricorn tends to be a colder sign. They tend to be much more pragmatic and grounded. And with Capricorn, there's a psychological need for achievement or advancement. Does that make sense to you?
A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic, all the way from the Gold Coast. I hope wherever you are in this amazing planet of ours, you're gearing up and getting ready for the big man to arrive in a week's time. It's getting close, isn't it? Lots of children are getting quite grizzly and sort of excited and can't believe it's still 7 days to go till the big man arrives. But look, that's part of the excitement, isn't it? I mean, here in Australia, it's very hot and very humid, and I live on the Gold Coast, which is a beautiful part of the world, and it's been, nothing but rain and storms and showers, and it's making the humidity up around 93%. So excuse me if I'm not on set today, but it is hot here. But wherever you are in this amazing planet of ours, it is an exciting time of the year. It's a time of the year where I think the world should come together, and we should be striving for sort of peace and goodwill to all men and women and children on the earth, not, going into war zones and trying to find ways to be destructive or hurt our fellow human beings. And it always saddens me when you hear things like drinks being spiked when people have gone on a holiday and sitting by the pool having a cocktail, and then they end up fighting for their lives or losing their lives in a hospital through somebody's stupid actions. And it seems to be happening all too frequently that we're not being kind to our fellow man. Anyway, that's enough of me being on the soapbox. Let's move to the Simply Tarot card of the week, which is the Magician. Now, the Magician is actually the first card of the deck in the way that I teach. A lot of people say it's the final card in the major arcana, but I like it to be the first card. The Magician means that we've got all the tools in front of us. So the Magician is the element of surprise, good or bad. Now, not all surprises are good and not all of them are bad. Sometimes there's something in between too as well. So you need to be aware of what is actually sort of happening in your world, because you have the tools on the table in front of you to be able to choose or to make things right. So it's entirely up to you. And this is what the Magician is saying. You have all the tools. You can make the decisions. You can make the changes in your life now. And look at where things are coming from. You have everything in front of you. You've got a magic wand in your hand like Harry Potter. So it's like you can do anything. You can be your own magician. You can create something out of nothing, or you can start to look at things in a very, very different way and say to yourself, what am I missing? What have I not been doing? What have I not been trying to do to make things right in my life or to bring the things in that I want? By the same token, if something's not so good and it's considered bad, then you have the tools to reverse that, to change it, to minimize it, to make it better. I suppose what the Magician is trying to say to you, the power is within your hands. You have all the tools, you have the ability, you have the capabilities of reversing any situation in your life that you're not happy with, to get a conclusion that you will be reasonably happy with. And not everything can we completely change. If we've got a relationship that's heading for the divorce courts, it takes an awful lot to swing something around like that. But maybe the conclusion there is acceptance, that, we've done what we can do. Now it's time to look forward to the future. So astrologically, we've still got the sun in Sagittarius. So happy birthday to all the Saggies before we, sort of wrap it up for the Sagittarian year in the next few days. So the sun is still in Sag. So that means we're all out singing Christmas carols and being festive and jolly, hopefully. Mercury, the planet of communication, has finally gone direct. So in the next 24 to 48 hours, you will start to feel the effects of Mercury moving forward again. Not so many travel plans will get disarray. That still doesn't mean don't get to the airport or the bus terminal or the whatever quickly enough so that you can be there in plenty of time in case of something going wrong, a computer failure or something like that, or the flight might be leaving a couple of minutes early. So you want to be there in plenty of time and not create so much stress in your life. I think we as human beings tend to create far too much stress. We leave everything till the last minute instead of a little bit of forward thinking and a little bit of planning and getting there with plenty of time to spare. We put that pressure on ourselves that we don't need. So communication is certainly about higher mind stuff at the moment, about travel plans, about wanting to sort of see the good in people. And it's not always about wanting to criticise people, but it's sort of the Sagittarian energy with Mercury is don't ask a question unless you want a truthful answer. And it doesn't matter what your star sign is. If you ask a question now, you will get a truthful answer and it will be blunt. It may not necessarily be what you want to hear, so make sure that you're ready for that. So those people that are seeking love, and look, I'm sure there's plenty of people, and it doesn't matter what your star sign is, that are seeking love at the moment or would like to have a relationship, or that someone's special in their lives and they're sort of saying to me, I don't know where to go. How do I shake things up? I've tried this, and this, and this, and this, and that's not working. I'm pretty old-fashioned in that sort of way. I'm not a great fan of these dating apps because I think anybody can put up a picture of anything and tell you anything you want to hear. But if you meet somebody in person, you automatically know on an energetic level whether you feel comfortable with them or you don't, whether they're physically appealing, are they attractive, are they somebody you'd like to get to know. And that's a little bit hard just swiping on a cell phone and looking at somebody's photograph and reading their details. So for the old-fashioned people like me that want to get out and about and try and meet somebody, Venus is in Aquarius at the moment. Now, Venus in Aquarius is asking you to step out of your comfort zone, go somewhere different, do something different. If you've never gone ice skating and you have the opportunity to, go. You might make a fool of yourself, you might fall on your bottom, but that's okay. Might be where you meet Mr. or Mrs. Charming as they help you up off the ice. So it's a time to sort of get out of your comfort zones, do something different. I'm suggesting going to places where both sexes are so that then you've got a chance of meeting somebody. There's no point in going to flower arranging classes if you're a female and say, I want to meet Mr. Wonderful. Not too many men attend flower arranging classes that I know of. So you've got to really sort of think outside the square a little bit like that and go to somewhere where people will be and there's crowds of people and you've got the opportunity to meet somebody. Now, Venus is making a lovely aspect, which is known as a trine, to Jupiter in Gemini at the moment. Now, Jupiter in Gemini is actually going retrograde, and I'll talk about that in a minute. But for what I want to talk about here with Venus trining Jupiter, it's again asking you to get out and about. Now, the Jupiter energy is of expansion opportunity. It covers things like higher mind stuff, churches, religious places, places of worship, anything that's got a collection of people that are there for a common cause is what the Jupiter energy is asking for you to sort of look for. Then when we put the flavour in of Gemini, now Gemini is about local stuff. It's not necessarily about jumping on a plane and going to somewhere exotic. It's about maybe that love can be found right under your nose in your local environment. So maybe what you need to do is step out of your comfort zone. If you've always been interested in sort of maybe joining a church or seeking out a faith or seeking out a group that has a special interest the same as yours, maybe now's the time to do that and join that local organisation. That may just be where you're going to meet that person that could end up becoming your life partner. So think outside the square. Do something different. Go and join the Christmas carols in the park or go Christmas caroling or do something that you don't normally do that is involved in a local sort of situation and a local environment and an opportunity to meet people. So we still have Jupiter retrograde in Gemini until February 25. So this is going to be affecting mainly the air signs, which is Gemini, Libra and Aquarius, and the opposite sign of Sagittarius. But it is overflowing to the other 8 signs. So Jupiter here is sort of saying, he's not asking you necessarily not to sort of try and expand your horizons or think big or think outside the square or look at really beautiful, big opportunities. What he's asking you to do is make sure that you really dotted the I's, crossed the T's, and when you do go to make a presentation or do go to make an application, that everything's in its rightful place. So it can be a sort of a little bit of a push-pull situation as we get this off the ground. And a lot of people I know at the moment are sort of saying to me, oh, I thought I would have had a promotion by now. I've worked really hard, and why are the company overlooking me and promoting, somebody else around me that hasn't done as much work as what I've done, all those sort of things. So a number of those sort of issues will probably rectify themselves or come out in the washing, so to speak, at the end of February. From then on in, it's sort of like all of a sudden the people in the power notice you, where you think, well, how come I've been so unnoticeable previously? Why did they not notice me? Why did they overlook me? There must have been reasons for that, and maybe they had a better promotion in the pipeline for you that they weren't at liberty to talk about. So that might have been why you weren't offered the first or the second one. But they are taking notice. It's just done in a very quiet sort of way. Now, I've been banging on about Chiron now for a number of shows now, because Chiron is not a planet. It's the wounded healer, and it has been affecting Aries, and I have lots of Aries friends and clients and things like that they've been messaging me and telling me that how this has been helpful for them to understand what has been going on. Now, Chiron is the wounded healer in the chart. It's an Arabian part, and what it's asking you to do is heal your life. Now, whether that means emotionally, physically, or a combination of both, and quite often it can be past life stuff too that you've brought in from other incarnations, and it's like, it's got to come in now. It's got to be healed. It's got to be looked at. Now, a lot of people are saying to me, I'm getting all these flashbacks from my childhood through, and I don't know what to do with it. My answer to that is, if it's like a slideshow or like going slide, slide, slide on your cell phone, then that's all it's meant to be, was a quick glimpse. Let it go. Don't bog down on it unless it really drives you nuts and requires your attention to give it more airtime. Then I wouldn't give it any airtime. It's like we're releasing a lot of old stuff, things that we've put away for whatever reason, need to be released now. Now, this is particularly affecting Aries. It will be there till December 29. It is asking you to heal. A lot of Aries people that have done the work unconsciously or consciously over the last 6 or so months with this are now starting to find a real inner peace, a peace that they could only ever have dreamed of, because quite often the Aries energy is quite agitated because it is a fire sign and they don't sit still very long to process anything. It's sort of they're on to the next thing because that's who they are. That's how they're wired. They're finding now that by doing this, working with the energy, that they're now finding a peace that they never knew that was possible. And it's not necessarily just all the more senior people or the people that have been on the planet a bit longer than some of you young'uns. It's even young people are finding that too, that even to this point in their 22 years of living, that they've found a peace that they've never found. And it's sort of giving them some different ideas for 2025 to sort of look at what their next round of opportunities might be or how they're going to approach them. So it really is important, if you are an Aries, that you really pay attention to this. We've only got a matter of days now before it changes. So we need to really be focusing on that. Now, we have Mars, the planet of action. Now, Mars is one of those ambiguous sort of planets. People sort of say, oh, I don't have an ego. Look, we all have an ego. We all have to get out of bed every day and perform a task or go to work or get the kids to school or clean the house or do whatever it is. So we've got to have that drive that's got to come from somewhere. So Mars is that planet that gives us that drive. Now, Mars is currently retrograde, sitting in Leo until the end of February. Now, what this means is Mars is not necessarily slowing down, but he's asking you to be a little bit more cautious, particularly if you're a fire sign. Make sure that you know exactly what you're going to say before you open your mouth. Don't just open your mouth and let it flop out, because you might be seen as being a little bit aggressive, a little bit cranky, a little bit too over the top. And all that you're trying to do is get your message across in a very definite, forthright manner, that you're trying to say, look, this is important, listen to me. But you're coming across as being a bit bombastic or a bit cranky. So make sure that you really keep in check your tone and how you're speaking to people. So it is going to be affecting the fire signs, as I said, Leo, Sagittarius and Aries. and the opposite sign of Aquarius. So there's a lot of stuff that seems to be hitting Aquarians at the moment. You know, with Pluto's just gone in there and it'll be there for the next 40 years. So we're going to be talking about Pluto a lot in Aquarius. So, you know, with Venus sitting in there, and, you know, there's just a lot of activity at the moment. And I know everybody's busy, and I know everybody sort of feels that, oh, yeah, look, I can relate to that, but I'll deal with that tomorrow. Well, it's not necessarily about putting things off till tomorrow. Just be aware of it, work with the energy, and particularly as we're heading into the festive season and we're having family gatherings or gatherings with friends and things like that, alcohol comes into the mix and people have one or two little drinks and all of a sudden they've got a lot to say, the things that have been welling up inside of them for a year or two or 3 or 10, and all of a sudden it comes out, and it comes out in the wrong fashion. And that's why I'm saying to you, be very careful of your communication, no matter what your star sign is. Just because Mercury's gone direct, Sagittarian energy is about truth, and we have to be careful about that. Then we add into the mix with Mars being in Leo, also in a fire sign, you can be seen as coming across as being aggressive or cranky, dominant, domineering, trying to control the narrative, all those sort of things. So we have to all, no matter what your star sign is, be very, very careful as we head into the festive period now and we're coming together with family and friends, that we don't want this Christmas to go down as a time where there was the worst argument that the family's ever had because somebody opened their mouth or somebody couldn't bite their tongue and sort of just let something slide. It's not the time for the family discussion, you know. Yes, you know, people say things that maybe they shouldn't say or don't quite mean it in that way, and we interpret it slightly differently. It's not the time to sort of knuckle down and have a punch up at the Christmas table or in the backyard, as a lot of families tend to do. It's not, you know, and that's why Christmas becomes so stressful for a lot of families. You don't know how people are going to behave. You put all these combinations of people and their personalities together and you think, oh, my heavens, you know, do we really have to have any alcohol at the Christmas table even though we have it every year? You know, maybe if we didn't have that and we all had sparkling water or, you know, soda or something like that, that things would be a lot more pleasant. Look, I don't know that it would necessarily minimise things. People would find still a way to open their mouths and say things they shouldn't. Yes, there's less chance of it, but you can't turn around and break what is family traditions. If there's always a toast with a glass of alcohol, then, you know, people are going to start to question why, and that might be fray a few more tempers if they were looking forward to that little tipple and all of a sudden they don't get it. So that's the astrology report for this week. We're going to talk with Cheryl in Winnipeg in Manabito in Canada. Are you there, Cheryl?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you so much.
Do you have a question I can answer for you, please, Cheryl?
Well, I don't think I have a question per se, but I'm just wondering if you're picking up on anything about me or something that's come up.
Okay. I normally ask to see if you've got a question, so I make sure that I answer what you want to know. The first thing that they're showing me is that I feel soul tired with you. Are you feeling as if, oh, I just want to sit down and exhale and just have a little bit of a breather? I just want to have a little bit of a rest. Has it been a very busy year, has it?
Absolutely. Yeah, very much so.
Yeah, and that's what they were saying to me. It's sort of like, oh, I just want to sit down for 5 minutes of peace and just regather my strength and my thoughts and my everything. Look, when we talk about being soul tired, yes, that's a physical tired, but it's also an emotional tired. It's sort of like I've got nothing left in any reserve tank is the feeling, you know, like I've exhausted everything. And, you know, there's no quick fix for this other than sort of, I suppose, if you can give yourself a few minutes here and there to just sit down and do nothing and have a cup of coffee or put some music on or something like that and just give yourself some me time is the way to start relayering this soul tiredness. And it's not saying you're burnt out. I want to be very clear on that. It just means that it's been a very big year and you've been pulled in 1,000 different directions, and every time you thought you got everything on track, then there'd be something else that came in from left of field that you had to deal with. And it's not that you didn't want to deal with it. It was just like, oh, I could have done with a 5-minute sit down, you know, before we got on to the next project. And that's, you know, what the year's been about. So I'm pleased to say by about the end of January next year, that will come to a close. You won't be going through 2025 the same way you did in 2024. And probably the later half of 2023 was when it started to build up. Not quite as intense, but we could see the momentum starting to happen. So next year is going to be a lot easier in that way, that, you know, you'll sort of not necessarily accomplish more, but you'll feel like at this time next year it was an easier year on you, you know, like, yes, it was still busy. There were still things that had to be achieved, but you're not going to feel this soul tired next year, which is a good thing. Also, they're showing me, I don't know what changes you've made with finances, but whatever you've done, upstairs is sort of saying to me, the powers that be upstairs are saying to me, keep on the same trajectory because you're winning, you're doing well. So there must have been some changes you made financially this year that you were hard at the time, but you're getting used to it now, and you're going to start to see the rewards very, very soon, better than what I think you even imagined when you first started. So that's really important though, Cheryl, because, you know, not only have you been soul-tied and had a lot of things to deal with, but trying to put this into the mix too of trying to get your finances back under control in a way that you could see that it's not just for this year, but setting it up for many years ahead was a big undertaking as well. You know, so you've had a lot of things this year that have been what I term of major proportion that you've started or had to work through or continue to work through. And it's sort of like all of these things now are sort of winding down. And that's a good thing, you know, like the lessons that you've learned or the things that you've implemented this year, particularly with finances, aren't going to leave you just because we've come to the end of the year. It'll just become sort of automatic now, like brushing your teeth and combing your hair. You know, it's just part of life. And that's a good thing because, you know, it's now time for the rewards to start to come back to you, Cheryl. You know, you're a good person, but I think the one thing that you've got to learn is to learn how to say no.
Yeah. I'm terrible at that.
Yeah, you got to practice it. You got to get up in the morning, look in the mirror before you clean your teeth and say, no.
Okay.
No. And practice different faces and different versions of no so that it becomes automatic again, because too many people take advantage of you and your kind heart. So next year's got to be about Cheryl at the number one, 2, and 100 in the queue. You're at all those positions, not last.
Yeah, I love that. Okay.
Very, very important. Have a lovely Christmas, Cheryl. Lovely to speak with you.
Yes.
We're going to talk with Danny now in Edmonton in Alberta in Canada. Are you there, Danny?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hi, sweetie. Do you have a question I can answer for you?
Yeah, I'm writing a book. I wanted to know about it.
Okay, well, that's lovely. Congratulations on writing a book.
Is it going to be successful?
Yeah, I'll get to that in a minute. I just want to say to you, congratulations. It's no easy task coming to terms with writing a book and coming up with the concept and putting it on paper. That's a big deal. Look, I think you're going to have a couple of disappointments before you're going to get a yes on it. I'm going to say to you, you've got to think outside the square a little bit. Look, it's all well and fine to sort of go to a bigger publisher and thinking, like, you know, if they accept me, I'll, you know, get better recognition or there'll be more copies sold or whatever. I want you to go to a mix of places. I don't want you to just sort of submit it to one and then wait for their answer before you submit it to someone else. I want you to get a list together of sort of, you know, bigger, reputable sort of people that you might like to be a published author with, but then think outside the square and look for some smaller ones, some boutique-y type of ones, some ones that may not be as well known, but, you know, books find their way to where they're meant to be.
I have
you know,
been reaching out to a few publishers, like a few answers back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I think you're going to get a number of rejections before you get a yes. That's what I'm suggesting. And that's why I'm saying let's mix it up a little bit. Let's not just go to mainstream big publishers. Let's mix it up with some smaller boutique-y ones as well. I'm not seeing...
No, that's the one that I reached out to, is the Underdog.
Right, good. But have they given you an answer yet?
Yeah, they have. They want to hear it when it's done. And realistically, I said 3 months' time before it's ready to be edited. Like, I'm not just going to be able to write it in one day. Like, I gave them a sample.
Right.
And they loved it.
Oh, no, I appreciate
but realistically, 3 to 6 months.
Yeah, well, I was going to say I don't know that you're going to hear much about, you know, things moving forward much before June next year. So that would sort of fit in with your timeline as you see it and, you know, to get the book into them and, you know, get them to sort of approve it and then start the edit process. It's a process, you know. Becoming a writer is a process, and you've got to have a pretty thick skin, Danny, to understand that what you submit and you think is absolutely fantastic, they might sort of turn around and change, not so much change the narrative, but change the way the words are delivered to fit what they see as the market. And that's hard for an author to understand that and accept that, because you've had this, it's like giving birth to a baby. It's been inside you and you put it down on paper and you think it's amazing. And then they sort of, and you think, oh, that wasn't quite what I meant. So you're going to have to be flexible enough to work with them on that and try and get your message across at what you were trying to say. And then they may come back with a different edit or a different way of maybe getting the point across, that they're sort of saying that this suits a broader audience. So it's going to be a process, but yes, I do think you're going to be successful. And I do feel that there's more books to come too, Danny. Like, this to me is just the first. So with this first one...
it's a series of 3.
Good, because I was going to say I could see 3. Good. But that's just in this one series. I think this first book is the series of 3, but then I was seeing another 4 separate projects behind that. But they didn't show me whether they were in a trilogy or not. They were just showing me that this was the first round, which would go 1, 2, 3. And I actually think the third book is going to be the biggest of the 3. And that's interesting, because it's not necessarily saying the first one's not juicy or not big enough, but the final one in this trilogy seems to be sort of almost like a double version of, a book.
I actually haven't even started the third one yet, so that's awesome to hear.
Yeah, and to me, it's what it needs, sort of like we're building up the anticipation.
Like to round it out, right?
Yeah, and it's good, and it's like, I just think it's going to have a bigger mass appeal than what even the publisher thinks of to begin with.
Awesome. Yeah, it's just like my first one.
Yeah, and it's good because, this is not a new concept to you. This is something that's been rolling around in your mind and your soul for a long time now.
Almost
it's just
2 years.
The timing hasn't been right.
February of 2022 is when I started.
Good. Yeah, but things don't all happen overnight. I mean, people think they do. They gotta cook, and be able to get it out on paper in the way that you want to, or on your laptop, and get it out, get the ideas out. And it takes time, but, you're there. You're doing really, really well, Danny, and that's a good thing. So, I don't feel uncomfortable with it.
Do you think the third one is going to be the one where it's noticed and good, and fourth one's going to be awesome?
They're all going to be noticed. I mean, I think from book number 1, people are going to be waiting for the second part of the series, of the trilogy. And it's sort of like, and then by the time the third one comes out, which is almost, double the first one, it's like that rounds it off really nicely. It's like, look, I don't think you're going to be as big as Harry Potter, but let's use that as an example, where when that came out, I'm sure that was very controversial and people didn't know whether it was even going to work. And then look at what that went on to do and how it got children reading again. Yours is going to have similar success, not maybe quite as big, but what I'm saying is along the same sort of vein where, she was an unheard of and now she's a household name. You will have this, similar sort of fame where, your books are going to be very
One more question. New York Times bestsellers list.
Well, I can't predict that for you, sweetie, but I can tell you it's going to be hugely successful. Anyway, Danny, that's where we've got to leave it. We've come to the end of the show. It's, it's always interesting when people are trying to bring about new ideas and bring about things in their lives. And, a lot of people are feeling soul tired at the moment. It's been something that's been a bit of a theme in the last couple of weeks. And as I suggested to Cheryl, just, take your time, give yourself 5 minutes off. Sometimes we rush around too much that we don't give ourselves time off. And it's really, really important that we need to do that in this very busy time of the year, to acknowledge that you are tired. Sit down for 5 minutes, put some music on, watch 5 minutes of a Christmas movie, do something for yourself that isn't necessarily looking after or taking care of everybody else. You've got to take care of you first to be able to take care of everybody else. And it is a really exciting, wonderful, magical time of the year. And for me personally, I absolutely adore Christmas. And anybody that follows me on social media would know that I have a real passion for Christmas music. I've been feeding through Christmas songs all for the last couple of weeks. And there's not one particular Christmas carol that jumps out at me as being any better than anybody else, because everybody brings something different to the table, no matter who they are as a professional singer. But I think one of the people that jumps out at me as one of the most timeless people who can sing just about anything is Neil Diamond. So this week I'm going to leave you with a song that I think he does a beautiful version of, and the children are going to be excited because Santa Claus is coming to town. So enjoy Neil Diamond singing Santa Claus is coming to town. Until next week, have a great week. Bye for now. And I will see you Christmas. Bye-bye.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for the Mini Medium with Stephanie Cowan. Live from TarotWithSteph.net. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Mini Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
All right. Hi, guys. I'm trying to get myself still together. It's been one of those days. This is your mini medium on the A1R Psychic Radio and the beautiful Moonstruck TV. And again, I am your mini medium and super excited to be back. And I still sound a little raspy. I apologize. I've been getting or trying to fight this dang upper respiratory virus called pneumonia. So that's been fun. So if you hear me, cough a little bit throughout the show, I apologize. It's just this residual leftover stuff. But thank goodness I'm on the up and up, and just so grateful for everybody that sent their well wishes and their prayers and their good healing vibes and all of that good stuff. So I hope you all are getting ready for the big holiday that's coming up. So Christmas here in the U.S. and other, around the world, how they celebrate in their own special ways. So I know that this time of year is so hard, especially for those who have lost loved ones. So all of my good healing vibes and prayers and positive energy and love and light goes to everybody out there during this time that is struggling with, the loss of a loved one. Especially, like I said, through the holidays are always so difficult. But I'll tell you, with that said, that is where I feel that we, and when I say we, mediums, psychics, light workers, we are here to hopefully give some, comfort or closure or peace or, healing, whatever it may be. That is our purpose, and especially during these times. So I'm happy to be able to be on A1R Psychic Radio to do that. And I love and feel so blessed to work with some incredible people with A1R, and just how just authentic everybody is that works for the station and behind the scenes and all the other readers out there. So it's definitely not an easy quote unquote job, but doing as I do, definitely the positive outweighs the negative if there is such a negative thing. But I always say it's a blessing and a curse. So, we have our good days and our bad days. And an important thing I'm going to throw out there, and I'm going to pull our affirmation, but I have without a doubt the reason that I have gotten sick so much this year is because I have not been practicing what I preach by taking care of myself and making sure that I do a good cleanse and do that inner self-love and self-care. So please do as I say, not as I do. How's that? So thank goodness I've had amazing clients and family and friends that have been so good with just hanging in there and allowing me to get better before we did readings. So we've had to reschedule many, but I promise I'll be back in full force and it'll be worth it. So, okay. All right. So I'm going to pull the affirmation for today. And then, of course, we'll take our callers. So in true, I guess, Christmas fashion, if you will, I'm going to pull the number 25. Now, that does not mean that that was not the number that I have been saying the last couple of days. It actually has been. And let's see, sorry. So 25, ironically, has been the number. So 25 in my visions would be the 25th of a month. This would be February 5th. This would be the age of 25. And what else in that connection? Someone who could possibly be born in 1925. So this is how souls come through when I start to channel, when I start to get messages. So please keep that number 25 in mind. And I'm sure that it's going to be for sure tonight in some way, shape, or form. Okay. All right, my friends. So tonight, our affirmation, boy, man, I'll tell you, I giggle every time because every time I read these affirmations, it's almost like my guides are yelling at me in my face. So the affirmation for everybody out there, and especially during the holiday season, it says, my patience is being rewarded. My turn will come. So again, my patience is being rewarded. My turn will come. So having that patience, again, in whatever it is that you are trying to manifest in life, I'll tell you, patience is very hard. Immediate gratification is something that a lot of people struggle with. So give it time, be patient, and just know that the universe or God or whoever you feel your maker is will reward you, especially when you are putting in the work. I promise it definitely will come to fruition. So I have noticed it myself and have witnessed it with others as well. So, okay. All right. Well, I am excited to take my first caller, and this lady doesn't live too far from me. So this is Catherine, and Catherine is in Denver, Colorado. Hi, Catherine. This is the mini medium. How are you?
Hi. I'm so grateful to speak with you. I'm doing well. Thank you. And yourself?
Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. Just getting through and getting ready for the holidays. It's a busy time of year for sure. Yeah. I always say it comes so fast and we stress about it, and then it comes and it's gone within, 10 minutes. It's like,
so true.
Like waiting for a ride at Lagoon, or at Disneyland.
Right. It's the worst traffic jam ever.
Yes, for sure. Yes. Well, how can I help you tonight, my friend?
I just need some direction, if you don't mind. I'm really in a struggling situation. I've been forced into an early retirement from a job that I was passionate about and loved because of a medical condition. I've applied for disability. I've gotten denied repeatedly. I just spent 3 hours with Social Security office again today with another denial process. And I will be penalized if I attempt to work, or I wait for the 9 months for them to make the final decision about the disability application. So I don't know what to do. I don't know if I'm supposed to work or just wait for the disability application. And even if I get it approved, it doesn't even cover the cost of my rent per month. So I just don't know what to do. I'm just kind of struggling, very kind of weary right now.
Yeah. Okay.
And the other thing I'd like to ask about is my love life. I have a gentleman that is the love of my life. We've been together about 5 years, but it's kind of a complicated situation, as they all are. I'm just hoping that we'll have a long, successful love life together. I'm hoping to have some direction there.
Okay. Yeah, sure. I pull a couple cards for you and see. Sometimes I will use my cards for some direction and just some guidance. So, a couple things that let's address the the disability, the financial part of your question first. And then we'll see if we've got some time to touch base on the relationship. But so a couple of things that have come up that I feel now, not to get into, I know, not me personally, but people that I have witnessed, a family that have really struggled, with getting disability. I know it's not an easy, process anyways. It's many times of being rejected, many times of having to appeal. Now that doesn't apply to everybody, but just from my personal perspective, I've watched and seen how many people have really struggled to get that approval. And then, it's 3, 4, 5 years down the road and they're still trying to, get approved. So,
which is such a disservice. I've been paying into the system since I was 14 years old. So I've been paying into the system for 40 years.
Yeah. Oh, I hear you. And I think that's one thing that's frustrating is when we put into that benefit, but yet we struggle so hard to get approved for it, when we need it. So I completely understand.
I found that my most recent denial was because I had a very small amount in my 401k, which I've already cashed out to pay rent the last 3 months. After an extended hospital stay, I was in hospital for like 4 months. And I cashed out my 401k to pay rent, and I got penalized for that. That's why I got denied this last go around.
Gotcha.
It wasn't that much. It was a few $1,000s, but
yeah. Well, so when it comes to with the disability and the next step that I see coming, I did pull a couple cards, by the way, just to get some idea here. Now, the one thing that I'm noticing that's very that's sticking out to me as far as intuitively is also just kind of again, you have free will choice and you can decide how you want to proceed. But I do feel that there is some lacking, how do I put it? Some lacking medical paperwork. It feels to me like there needs to be more in order for this to be pushed through, in order for this to possibly be approved. It just feels to me like there's some documentation when it comes to, your past, how do I put this? Your past care that needs to be either updated or worded differently, and in that sense. So it just feels to me, it's like, I guess the vision I can tell you that I'm really getting, Catherine, is not all the I's have been dotted and not all the T's have been crossed. Does that make sense?
I understand what you're saying, but it doesn't make sense, like, to me specifically, because I only got notice of this appointment for the Social Security Administration 2 days ago, and the appointment was today. And I followed through in every way I could. I had letters from doctors, I have hospital records, everything I gave them in person today.
Gotcha. Okay. So, so the way that
there might be something lacking that I don't know of,
Right. So, when it comes to that, here's my just intuitively moving forward. Keep aggressively pushing forward with this. I do feel that if you're in the beginning stages of this, which it may be that case, just really be very diligent about all the paperwork that's being given, being sent in by the doctors, whoever may be. That's where I'm saying I feel like there's just, I know how very anal that, the approval can be. So just be very diligent about that, even if you have to hire representation, which I do feel like that's what's going to be coming next in order for
if I could afford it, I would, But,
yeah.
And I'm not allowed to apply for work in the 9 months where they wait to make the decision process for that the decision process go through. It would take up to 9 months. I'm not allowed to apply for work, so I'm not allowed to have an income. But I don't know.
Wow. Yeah. It's kind of, you're stuck between a rock and a hard place when it comes to that. I'm so sorry, my friend. Well, I'll tell you, just, I feel there's a favorable outcome. I really do. And I don't just say things to say them. I will tell you yes or no. I always say I don't sugarcoat things. I will tell you it's just going to be, it's looking a couple, 3 more years out there. So that's where your free will choice comes in and says, okay, is it worth it? Or do I, keep pushing forward with it, So just
either surrender and die. I just don't know anymore. I've been brought back from death 5 times, and and I struggle so much. And I'm a very stubborn person. You probably can see that a little bit, which is both one of my biggest gifts and one of my biggest defects. Because I'm so stubborn. It made me a really good addict for years, but I'm so stubborn that I fought back after. I was pronounced dead twice in 2017. The doctor gave me 1% chance of living and said if I lived on the 1% chance, I would never walk, talk, or feed myself again. I went straight back to the full-time work in the airlines right after that.
Wow.
And I got forced into a retirement from the airlines because of a stroke.
Oh, my goodness. I am so sorry. I am so sorry, my friend. Well, I'll tell you, I can definitely tell you have determination. That is for sure. And I can tell you have that very fiery, stubborn, like you said, personality to where, don't surrender to this. You've gotten through a whole lot worse, my friend. So, keep pushing through because, like I said, there's a favorable outcome. It's just going to take some time, and I get that.
Don't go gently into the light now.
Yeah, no, please don't. Please don't. Keep pushing through. I always say, you've gone this far. You've gotten through a lot worse. So keep pushing through. Keep pushing. Just make sure.
There's got to be better. Yeah.
Advocate. Yeah, exactly.
High intentions. This great book I read, The Philosophy, is about setting your personal thermostat. For example, you walk into a room, you set the thermostat at 74. You don't go tinker with it. You don't go mess with it all day. You expect it to ride. Set your own personal thermostat for a day. I expect the day to be full of blessings and great interactions with loving, kind people. You expect the day to rise to it. I've tried to set my personal thermostat so high for success and love and not wealth, but just stability.
Yeah.
I feel it's just not rising to my expectations.
Yeah.
I'm in a constant state of prayer. I pray constantly, almost obsessively. Sorry, you're really getting the journal version of this tonight.
Yeah. Oh, I love that. I always say that writing and journaling is such a great way to get that energy out. So you're not keeping it, all bottled up and then eventually, in a sense, exploding later, That's beautiful. I love that. And I love how you put that. So hang in there with that. And yeah, you're welcome. All right, my friend. Well, I have another caller waiting, but I wish you so much luck. I will send you such good healing vibes and positive vibes, love and light, everything I possibly can to help you get through this, and sending you well wishes and happy holidays. Okay.
Thank you for your wisdom, my friend. You be blessed. You're a blessing to me.
Yes, you as well. Oh, thank you, hon. Take care of you. Okay.
Thank you. You as well.
Okay.
I think I will.
All right.
Bye.
All right. Bye, hon. Okay. All right, my friends. Okay. All right. So now, Sandra. Hi, Sandra. This is Stephanie, your mini medium. How can I help you tonight?
Hi.
Hi. How are you?
I would just love a cool. Good. Thank you for asking. I'm so excited.
Good.
I guess I'm for, You said good? I'm sorry. I cut you off.
Good. I'm excited.
Yay.
You're okay.
I know. Just a career reading. I have some things going on, so I wanted to know what you see.
Okay. Sure. Yeah, that's been kind of the theme tonight. It's interesting. I feel like as we go into the 2024 year, there's so many, our mind go all over the place with different goals and new direction, all about those New Year's resolutions, which I'm not a big fan of New Year's resolutions, but, I think sometimes some people like to do those just to get themselves motivated for sure. So, okay. All right, my friend. Well, I wanted to pull a couple cards for you to see what's coming up in that first. Let me hear. Now, I'm just writing a couple down. Okay, well, here's the first thing that I am being pulled towards you. For one, you have an amazing, just your voice, your energy. You have a very high vibrational frequency, as we call it. Your energy is beautiful, by the way. You have a great energy, which ultimately is what's going to help push you through and help you to obviously be the best that you possibly can and the best version that you can during this lifetime. So keep doing as you're doing, especially with that beautiful energy. Now, this next year, going into 2024, the one thing that I really, the first vision I get, and that's how my premonitions and my gifts start to kick in, is a whole new direction and change in your career / soul's purpose. Does that make sense? I just feel like I see you starting to realize there's more to this life than what you've been doing.
Oh, 100% whole new career. Yes.
Yes. Beautiful. Okay. Perfect. So now, some things that I would just say to be mindful of as I see coming into next year with that. For one, well, you have you've got to be either a fire sign, my friend, or you've got to be an air sign. What is your zodiac sign?
Taurus.
A Taurus. Okay. Oh, I think Taurus is Earth sign though. Is Taurus Earth?
It is Earth, yes.
Yeah, it is Earth. Oh, are you on a cusp by chance? Your birthday?
Very close to it, the 18th. So the cusp, I believe, is the 22nd.
Yes. Okay. Perfect. Okay. I'm sitting here going, man, you've got a little earthy vibe coming from you, but I definitely feel like you've got that.
I feel like I should be a Gemini.
See, and that's what I am. I'm a Gemini, and that's exactly what I was just going to say. You are an air sign.
We get along very well. I love Gemini. So.
See? Oh, I love that. Yeah, I knew it. I would be willing that if you had your chart done, which I don't do that. I sure would love to learn, but I'm willing to bet you have a lot of the Gemini in your chart. So the Gemini being that air sign, you're also very easygoing, you're ebb and flow. So when it comes to this new career, I feel like you're going to fit into it beautifully. It's going to be perfect. The only concern, if it's a concern, I wouldn't even know if concern's the right word. I would just be mindful that, here, I would say at least until about March of next year, things may not be going exactly how you had hoped, but hang in there because I feel like there's a shift right around that springtime to where you'll see things get to where, oh, okay, it's making sense. Now, I can move forward with what I really want to do with this career and take what I learned in the last few months and then run with my ideas, if that makes sense, because I feel like you've got some amazing healing energy. Geminis and even Taurus have that very healing, want to take care of people, want to see people be happy, get that, that we fill our own cup up by seeing other people fill theirs up. So be prepared for next year to right about summertime, taking off just exponentially. It just feels like it takes off like a rocket. So, with that said, I also feel like I see you bringing someone in to your business or your line of work with you to help, to assist. So if you haven't already, does that make sense?
100%.
Beautiful. I love it. So now I want to know, what is it that you're going into? Can I ask what career direction?
Oh, yeah. I'll tell you everything because you did really well. So I am going into the film and television industry, which we are having a script written, and we gave him the deadline of March that we'd like a final draft. So your timeline is very good. So, I could see this taking us, pushing him, rewriting, and all of that stuff that goes into this. And it taking that long till April or May, like you said, because now once we have it, now we have to shop it. The other thing that you talked about, bringing someone in, makes total sense. I do have a partner on this, but we will need to bring people in to execute the project. So that made total sense. And the healing energy, I'm a Reiki master and a medium, so you nailed all of it. That's why I put in the thing. I was like, oh my God, I want a reading. I never get readings. I'm always giving them. So
right. Oh my gosh. Sandra, I'm the same way. I always say the healer needs healing too. And I want to find something. Yeah. I love it. Well, I always think I want to be read. I want someone to read.
I would love to.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, absolutely.
Off topic, you and I can connect later, but you did really good. Is there anything else that you see?
Yeah, so are you in a relationship? Are you dating?
I've been in one for a while.
You have? Okay.
8 years. Yeah, like a month. No, okay. 8 years though. But tell me what you see. No.
Okay. Yeah, no, so well, for one, you validated. I didn't see the marriage commitment, which is fine. The signs I get when it's committed through legally, it's a different feeling, a different vision. So you validated why that was there. So yeah, I mean, 8 years with somebody. I don't know how it is where you are in California, Utah. It's common law marriage, so you kind of become. What is it? Where your stuff is my stuff is your stuff, that kind of crap. So, but I feel like in this relationship, I like it. I feel good about it. I know I've got about a minute left. My producers let me know, but I just want to tell you one thing that I saw with the relationship is that make sure, in a sense, I guess, if you will, that you are taking time to do for you and not always worried about them and what you can do for them, if that makes sense.
Okay. Yeah, it does.
You put a lot of energy and effort into making them happy, which is fine, but make sure you're giving back to yourself, okay?
Yeah, I definitely understand that.
Right. Good. All right, my friend. Well, I have to sign off. My show's already ending, but I'm so happy to have met you. And do have a
blessing for you.
Okay? Yeah.
Okay,
it was so nice meeting you. All right, hon. Bye-bye. All right, guys. This is your mini medium. Have a happy holiday and a happy new year. I will see you guys next week. Okay? Bye, guys.
Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Psychic Paths with Suzanne Marie. Live from PsychicPaths.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Psychic Path on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio. I am Suzanne Marie, and I'm your host for a little bit. Please stick around for the evening because we have some really, really good readers tonight. I am a clairvoyant and a light trance medium, and I can be contacted through the website Psychic Paths. So how is everyone? We have just had a full moon again in Cancer, which is a very, very sensitive sign. I'm always the one to say that these full moons every month kind of allow us to release what is no longer benefiting us. And I'm afraid that this one is a bit sensitive. So if you feel very sensitive or emotional, let me tell you, it's okay. It's okay to feel your feelings and to let them go. Feelings and emotions, no matter what the scale, is really, really, really normal and human. The trouble comes when we don't know how to react to them or behave with them. But it's okay to feel your feelings. It's not okay to just do anything you want because of them. And once you feel them and go through them and process them, let them go. Don't hold on to them. So that's my little spiel. I hope everyone is feeling good. We have Kara from Texas. Hello.
Hello.
How are you tonight?
I'm doing okay.
Good. What can I help with tonight?
Just anything that you might have some advice for me.
Okay. Let me see what Spirit tells me. So I don't know if this resonates, but right away, Spirit tells me that you feel like there's a pause. Do you feel like you're kind of paused, like you're in between situations?
Mm-hmm.
It feels like there's no movement. There's no movement, and I feel like you desire some movement in your life. Let me see. So you have a few people on the other side also.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I just seen this older gentleman, and it feels like he's really got a great sense of humor. And he kind of popped in with a great big smile and said, "Tell her I said hello." But he's an older gentleman. So, yeah, he showed up. Spirit wants you to know that this pause is necessary, the feeling of stillness. And I feel like you're a very active person, like you're used to being very active with your life, with your work, you know, that activity is a part of your life. But Spirit wants you to know that this time of pause is for you to be able to be clear and to kind of get grounded, because I feel like your next chapter is going to be busy, but Spirit wants you to be able to have that clarity along with it. It's not going to be a time of letting it go with the flow. It's going to be really you making precise decisions about where you want your life to be. Who, what, where, and why is really you are going to be in charge. And I don't think that you've thought of that you've ever thought about, am I in charge or what's going on? But Spirit is letting you know that now they're kind of grounding you to make you clear for what's going to happen in the future. And I feel like this 2024 is really going to be a blessing for you. I don't feel like you've had a very big amount of worries or things, but I feel like you haven't been able to exhale and say, okay, I've made it, or I've done it, or the joy of anything. And I just feel like 2024 is going to be your time to feel that joy. And I think part of that joy is that you're going to be driving the bus, nobody else. And that you do get to take time to say, my decisions, my feelings, my thoughts, my time. And so that's really what I feel like Spirit is wanting you to know.
Okay.
That I don't think that it's going to be trouble making decisions. I feel like you're going to handle it like a pro. Because I get this feeling from you that you're a leader, that you're just one of those people that can say, hey, go over there and do that. And people will. You know, where if I said it, they give me the look. Like, who is she to tell me what to do? Maybe you don't know you have those leadership skills, but you do. You have a very, very good way of leading people.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, you look from in spirit like you're in between things. Are you in a place where you think, well, I want to be here for the rest of my life, or here for a long time? Is that how you feel?
I'm kind of trying to make a life-changing decision on relationship-wise, if I want to still be married to my husband or not.
I feel like everything you've done, or at least a lot of the things that you've done, have been because it was supposed to be, or it was the right thing to do. And I don't think you're there anymore. I think you're kind of like, what do I feel, and what do I think, and what do I want? And I do believe that you know in your heart of hearts what you want. I can feel that you have not been able to be as much as you want to be, or to be as free to be who you want to be. And I feel like you're on the precipice of making the decision now. There is no right or wrong answer with that. It's in your heart. It's in your heart every day, and it feels like a lot of the time that decision is there, but it's yours, and nobody's going to judge you, and nobody should judge you because it's your life. I feel like you want to be free. I know, psychics are supposed to say, this is what you do, but I'm not that psychic. I just want you to know that there's no right or wrong answer. It's what you really, really want that matters. You matter. Okay. I know. I feel like you go through the feeling of, what do I feel? And then you go, well, how is this going to affect everyone? Mm-hmm. You matter. First and foremost, you matter. Please honor your feelings and know that this is a very sensitive time to be dealing with that. But I feel like you're not in a rush because you feel still. There's a stillness in you, and it's supposed to be there. So my advice is to take your time and please do whatever it is to honor you, because you have that stillness now. You have that time now. It feels like Spirit has just taken all kinds of activities away from you so you could sit and be clear. Mm-hmm. And I feel you are clear. If I said, are you going to change your situation? Yeah, you are. You're going to change it. I can feel it. Either inside this relationship or outside. You are in control. And I feel like I think you're going to do it. I think you're going to have a really, really good year ahead of you. And I feel like you know the answer to what direction you should take. It's not what you should do, what you should feel. It's really about what do you feel and what do you think? What do you want to honor with yourself? Because you've sacrificed a lot. And Spirit just wants you to know you matter. You are precious, and it's what you want. There's no guilt should be around that, okay?
Okay.
And as soon as you do make that decision, as soon as you take a step and go, I want this, then everything just kind of falls into place. And everything should fall into place because you're being true to yourself. You're giving yourself the freedom to be true. Mm-hmm. Okay? Does that make sense? I sure hope so.
Do you have any information? Any way of knowing the older gentleman's name by any chance?
The one that showed up?
Yes.
Let me see. It's a very simple name. It's a very simple name. A very American, very simple. There's an E in it. I know that there's an E in it. And I feel like he's on your mother's side. He's from your mother's side. And you have his smile.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Insights with Solaris. with Jennifer. Live from Solaris.1. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Insights with Solaris on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. Good evening, good morning, whenever and wherever you are watching this. Welcome to another episode of Insights with Solaris, where I'm your host. I'm Jennifer, a tarot reader for over 10 years with over a dozen certifications from sound therapy to Reiki healing. And those of you who have joined us before, you'll know that I start out with a collective message. So this is just a message, reading the collective energies to help you navigate what is going to be happening over the next week until the end of the year. And it does seem like the collective energies, you guys got a lot to get done before we go into 2025. There's a lot of changes and paths you are going to be proposed or introduced to. And so keep an eye out for different options, because this is going to help take you down new paths within 2025. I do see and this is going to be specific people, I am feeling earth energy. So if your sun, moon, or rising is earth sign, there is a man of significance coming towards you that is just going to be supporting you along the way. So this could be a significant other helping you get the house together for the holidays, to a boss coming in to provide a little bit extra help. So strange that I said health. Let's talk about into that. So those of you who also have been wanting to either get healthier as a New Year's resolution, or you've been a little bit concerned about your health, please do the emotional work with your physical health. What these cards are showing is that when our emotional state is more balanced or is more positive, that has a direct impact of our physical health. So anybody who's been struggling a little bit or have family members be struggling, just feel into these emotions to kind of help you through whatever situation that you are seeing. And again, pay attention to the number 4 I am hearing. And if you see any mourning doves, so if you see those 2 signs, know that everything is going to be cleared out. And let's see, just one last message. I'm feeling one last message for collective. Be careful driving, especially everyone who's traveling for the holidays. If you've been worrying about your car, if you've been having car issues, is coming into a good period to consider buying a new car, or you may come up into some transportation issues. Again, look for that man of significance to help you through any type of obstacles that you find. So enjoy the rest of your week and just keep those things in mind. And today we have Joan from Virginia. Hello, Joan. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. What type of questions do you have tonight?
Oh, where is my life going? And how soon?
All right. Yeah, it's always good to kind of check in with yourself when we're about to go into the beginning of a new year. Oh, you have some, and I'm liking this for you. I'm liking this for you already. Have you started a new romantic relationship?
No.
No? Oh, because I'm seeing a partnership coming forward with some communication. Are you currently in a relationship?
Yeah.
Okay. So underneath that position, I do see like there's a decision coming forward, one that you necessarily have not been wanting to make a decision about. Sometimes we pretend like there's no problem because we just don't know how to deal with what to do next. So in the near future, in the next 3 months, there are going to be some shifts and some different type of communication on the romance front. So if you've been wanting to go
with somebody else, I hope.
So I'm seeing these. I feel positive in these cards. So if you're not happy right now, it's not. I'm going to get more information and figure out who this is. But I'm seeing this as something very positive, because underneath we do have, hey, not wanting to make a decision and moving forward in the next 3 months. So
you can't get any worse right now. I'm not moving.
Oh, all right. So just know in the next 3 months you are making that transition, okay? Because
will I still live in Virginia Beach, or will I relocate?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Will I be in Virginia Beach, or will I move somewhere else?
Let's see.
And will it be a new partner?
It does seem like someone new, what I'm seeing right now. So let's see. Spirit, can you give more information? And I am going to switch to light language just for a second to get that clarity. So yes, it's going to be a new person. You may not necessarily meet them in Virginia Beach, so keep that in mind, because it does seem like there is travel involved. Whether or not you're moving, that is not necessarily clear right now, but just be aware if you are walking away and meeting this new person, it has an ability to become sort of like an affair. So there's going to be a lot of passion. But that's not necessarily a bad thing.
Just somebody I already know.
Let's see. No, it feels like someone you don't know yet. It's going to be someone either a bit younger than you, or someone who just has an artistic spirit. And honestly, it seems like it could turn into an affair type situation. Whether or not you want to do that or not, it just seems like there could be a bit of a juggling your emotions when you meet this new person. I am not seeing it last straight away, because there is a time for you to go in to learn a little bit more about balance and patience. So that is coming forward, because you have this ending here, end of a difficult situation, because you're coming in, you need to make that decision on what you're going to do next. And even if
what's not going to happen right away?
So in the next 3 months, that's what I'm seeing, 3 to 6 months. But particularly in the next 3 months, that's where you're going to have more shifts. All right. And
so be a long-term thing?
This one does not look like long-term, but it is working for you to learn some lessons here, because it's going to push you forward into a different direction. Then you're going to have a longer period where you're alone and you're reflecting on things. And if you take that time and learn your patience and go inward and kind of reflect on everything that has previously happened, then you're going to come into a reconnection of somebody you have met before. This is probably not someone you were in a relationship in the past, but it does seem like it's someone that you could either have grown up with, went to school with, or just a reconnection here. So a decision you're going to have to make.
It'll be a long time till I'm happy here.
Not necessarily, okay? So I do see this initial person who's coming forward. You're going to have fun with them, if that's right, but it doesn't seem like it's going to last. And now I'll have to reiterate.
How about my housing? That's really, real important.
Okay, your housing.
I don't want you to be homeless.
All right, so it does seem like, as far as your housing goes, things are working into your favor and you are being moved into a new direction. However, I would like to point out that it is going to be very easy to start arguing about housing situations. But can I have more information about this? Okay. Sorry, I was talking to Spirit. So it does seem like there's going to be a change in housing as well. Again, I do not see it in this month, but possibly just as the cold months are ending and it's starting to warm up again. Be careful when signing a new lease or a mortgage contract, whatever contract that you have to sign when you're moving into a new place. Take care and read the fine print. Make sure that there's no hidden fees or anything like that, because I do see a little bit of that coming forward. But take a leap of faith as well. Of course, do all the legal things, right? But take a leap of faith for that new direction, because you have a lot of options. you're going to have to make that decision, right? You've been putting off this decision. In order for you to make those changes that you want to see, right? To find that happiness you're looking for, you got to look at what's in front of you and what the things you have been avoiding. Because until you take that blindfold off and choose which way you want to go, you're going to continue to be stuck.
Well, could he be the one just in a better circumstance than I'm with now?
On your with now, okay. How does he see? Okay, how does she? Potential outcome. Best and highest interest of everyone.
And Crystal, if you're there, Mama loves you.
Yeah, sorry, I'm still here. No.
My daughter passed away. I was just talking to her. She heard me.
Okay. So as far as your current relationship, it does not seem very founded in actual emotion. So on your side, you're seeing competing goals, you're having conflict. Overall energy is also a lot of conflict. And I don't like to see that for a relationship. It seems like you guys were meant to come together to learn lessons, right? And both of you need to decide what direction you want to go. There is this Lover's card that came out, but again, I'm not feeling those warm and fuzzy feelings when I'm looking at the combination of these cards. There is a possibility of working and improving this relationship and starting it a little bit new to kind of change the dynamics. But the competing energy I see for you and for your current partner, they're just not together, not willing to align at this time in order to get to this outcome. So unless there's been some major shifts between you and this other person, it's possible, right? It's possible here, but I'm not seeing that you guys are willing to do that at this moment. Now, should you both choose to come together like, hey, we need to go back, we need to come in and try something new and both commit to that. Yes, absolutely. Again, I'm not seeing that right now. And I do see this new person coming in, trying to get your attention. And it's going to be a lot of physical things, a lot of fire energy. But again, it's not going to last until you take a break and you reflect. And when you're able to do that, that's when you're coming into that peace, the peace in yourself and relationships.
The other one could last if I was in a different place. When you're talking about that could last if I was in a better spot.
Okay. So we're running out of time. So you may want to go back and watch the video on the Facebook page or on the website because we only have 30 seconds left. I do want to, this is unrelated to romance, but just take a quick breath and make sure that you are being a team player during the holidays. That's going to be very important.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyons.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is New York City Celebrity Psychic on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, darling. Happy holidays. I'm here looking all wintry for you. I'd like to think I put the ho in a ho, ho, ho. So happy holidays. Jack Frost roasting on an open fire, chestnuts nipping at your nose. So the holiday season is joyful and lovely, and sometimes can be a little difficult because, anything we have huge expectations for. Sorry, I'm just thinking about my wedding night. So can be a little bit of a letdown when it arrives. Sorry, joke, in case my ex-husband is watching. Okay, so I'm Perry Lyons, New York City Celebrity Psychic, and I'm here in Santa's lair. I don't know where Santa is, but I'm stealing all the damn cookies. And I'm here to answer your most heartfelt, most deeply wanted and deeply needed to be answered questions, as long as this doesn't have to do with geography or calculus. And so call in. We're global, so you can call in from Australia or New Zealand or Canada or America or Scotland, Ireland, England, Wales. All of those places, probably a couple other places. And ask me your questions. And with an evidentially 88%, Amber in Seattle, accuracy rate, I'm here for you. Amber, my darling, it's a beautiful name. Hi, love.
Hello.
Hello. I'm just going to ask if I'm going to just quickly do the psychic tarot weather. Can you hang out for a minute? It's actually a good thing because you can breathe deeply, concentrate in your question, and by the time I get to you, you'll be just so elevated, such a high frequency that you'll probably answer my question. Yes? Good?
Yes.
Thanks, love. All right. So, as regular watchers of the show know, and I love all of you, psychic weather goes like this. I'm going to be picking 3 cards. I started doing this 5 years ago, and now, like, every time you go on YouTube and TikTok, everybody's doing it. But I would like to say, you saw it here first. Okay, so I'm going to pull 3 cards for the week. I don't pick them beforehand. First card is the beginning of the week. Second card is the middle of the week. Third card, you're getting the hang of this, is the end of the week. And this applies to everybody who's watching. I just have some ginger ale. Okay, so our first card, the moon card, indicates that this is a good time to listen to, my thing is frozen. There we go. To really good time to listen to your intuition. The moon card is about profound, very female power, although intuition can be male or female, but it is inherently what's thought of as kind of a yin energy or female trait or power. This is also a time when people might be keeping you in the dark about something. You might be feeling that somebody might not be telling you the truth. You might want to listen to that. I'm going to sneeze. Hold on. Sorry, I'm allergic to lies. Excuse me. Sorry. Sorry, because I'm allergic to the moon card. Forgive me. Next card is, in complete contrast, This is a great card. The Sun card is for the middle of the week. And the Sun card is a card of wonderful surprises. When you get the Sun card, it means that there's a kind of happiness beyond your ability to imagine or beyond your expectations. I'm going to sneeze again. I don't know. If anybody there out there has cats, I'm allergic to cats, so I'm blaming you. But the Sun card is about a kind of happiness that's beyond your expectations and will really surprise you. So what I'd like you to do this week is think about, actually don't think about anything. What I'd like you to do is accept any happiness that's not something you expected or is outside of your narrative. Accept that happiness and celebrate it. It's a time of just unexpected, wonderful happiness. Amber, we're almost done. I'll be right with you. And the last, oh, how wonderful. The last card here is the Queen of Wands. And the Queen of Wands is usually a woman who's a Leo, Aries, or Sagittarius. Could also have any of those planets rising. But this means that either you're going to be in contact with a woman like this, excuse me, or you're going to be sort of getting in touch with your most outgoing, proactive self, no matter if you're woman, man, fluid, non-binary. The Queen of Wands indicates that towards the end of the week, and that's like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday of next week, you're going to be activating your most Queen of Wands self. It also means that it's a great time to go to parties because you're going to be incredibly outgoing and popular, way beyond anything that you've experienced before. So to sum up, the beginning of this week has to do with both accessing your intuition, and if there's somebody or something you think is not telling you the truth, you might want to trust that. Don't exchange gunfire because I don't want to be legally liable. Second part of the week, the middle of the week, is the Sun card, and the Sun card is happiness beyond anything you've experienced before, beyond your expectations. And the last card, Queen of Wands, means that you're going to be accessing your most popular, outgoing, and proactive self, and or having a woman in your life come in to kind of do that for you, or with you. Okay, Amber, you still there?
Yes.
Oh, great. Thank you so much. Excuse me, I think I just caught a cold. How can I help you, my love?
Well, I feel like somebody's trying to tell me something. Like my friend David might be trying to talk to me, and I can't hear him.
Let me ask you something quickly. How old are you? Because you sound rather young.
I'm 44.
Oh, great. Awesome. Okay. I just can't read for anybody under 18. Your friend David might be trying to get in touch with you. Yeah, I think he is.
Yeah.
Did he pass in September?
Yes, he did.
Yeah. That's him. Interesting. He was not, I'm very sorry, by the way. And I'm very sorry for his family. And I'm just, do you mind if I ask? Well, you know what? I'm not going to ask how he passed because I know, and it's tragic. He didn't expect it. And when people pass without, when you're older and you're ill and you get a little time to prepare, but I'm guessing that he did not prepare. This is unexpected. Am I right? He was quite young.
Right.
I'm really sorry.
He was middle aged, but yeah, he just recovered from a bunch of stuff, so we didn't expect it.
But he still wasn't. He wasn't. I know he recovered, but he recovered because, well, what I want to say is there is a woman or a female energy in his life that he has a lot of unresolved issues with. I don't know if this is his partner, his mother, or his sister. Can you tell me who that might be?
I think it's his ex.
Yeah, that makes sense. Does he have a son with her?
Yeah.
Okay, then that's the right person. Damn, I'm good. Sorry. I didn't mean to say that outside of my head. Sorry, Amber. there are two things. He wants you, his mom is still on the planet, right?
I don't think so.
Oh, really? Sure. Okay, I'm sorry about that. Somebody who raised him, maybe an aunt, there's an older woman who is devastated, or maybe his ex was a little older. Interesting. There are a bunch of people who are devastated by his loss because he was adorable. It's funny because he was a little difficult, but he was so worth it. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, he took care of everybody.
What, baby?
He took care of everybody and like their emotional, everything. He was everything for a lot of people.
Yeah, he really was. And what's interesting is he was a little larger than life in some ways.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Oh, sweetie, I'm sorry for your loss. And you and he really understood each other in a funny way. And people misunderstood your bond. Is that true?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. People were like, oh, you guys are knocking boots, or you guys are, and you weren't. You just got each other. And he understood you. You're an old soul. He was a young soul in a lot of ways. And you kind of met. He also understood, he encouraged your talent. Oh, here it is. Bingo. Thank you, David. You have a talent. Are you talented musically? You're talented in a creative way. Tell me, Amber, what is it?
I take pictures.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
Like I can read a fire and I can see into pictures.
You can. Oh, that makes sense.
I can read a picture more than it shows.
You're one of us, in other words, right?
I guess so.
You take beautiful pictures, and you also are able, you have what's called psychonometry, is that? I can't remember. You have the ability to take an object or a picture in your hand and get a feeling of what's going on in that picture. You also, I think you're a talented photographer. However, what David is, there are two things he wants to say. One, and I'm just going to say this because I'm getting it. He wants you to tell his ex that she thinks he wasn't insured. He actually was. So I'm going to stay away from this because this is legal stuff. But if you want to pass along to his ex that there's some paperwork, psychometry. Thank you. If you want to pass along to his ex that there's some paperwork, it's in the left-hand drawer of like a desk or a table he would work at. It might even still be in their old house. He moved out 2 years ago, but he's still got a lot of stuff in their house. Doesn't matter. But just tell her for me that she and his son are actually much more taken care of than you think, and than she thinks. And she just needs to do a little looking around. Second, with you, he wants you to stay out of, there's a not very good relationship that you keep going in and out of. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, knock it off. Sorry. I say this as somebody who's been in more bad relationships than you've had hot lunches, but it's not going to improve. He's not going to change. And you are such a lovely person. You really are. You're just lovely. And I can see you with my heart's eye. I can't physically see you, but you have no idea how physically beautiful you are, but you are. And you have no idea how special you are. You're so special. So get that person out of your life because there's somebody coming in March who's going to just be so much better for you. And let me put it this way. Oh, Angela, Brooklyn in the house, my hometown. So Angela, I'll be right with you. But Amber, I want to finish this up. Let me ask you something. Would you eat a hamburger if you knew it had 50% poop in it? No, right? Or if it had 30% poop in it? Right? No. How about if it had 3% poop in it? No. right? So we're looking for a hamburger with no poop whatsoever. And I'm going to leave you with that. I mean, it's a very, I'm a Brooklyn girl, so, but you deserve the best, and you're going to get it. So please let me know how you are. I would like to say that some people that I've said, let me know how you are, to get in touch and ask me for money. Darlings, I only look rich. This is fake fur. But but as long as you understand that part, stay in touch. I'm on Perry Lyons, New York City celebrity. So I'm on Facebook. Just let me know how you are. And David just wants you to tell his ex the insurance is good, and B, tell you to get out of that relationship and believe in yourself, because you're wonderful. All right, sweetheart?
Thank you.
You're welcome, sweetheart. How's my Brooklyn girl? Hey, baby.
Good. Kind of crazy, but good.
Yeah, well, that's a Brooklyn girl thing. I'm here to tell you. I'm fourth generation Brooklyn. Where are you at in Brooklyn? I'm Brooklyn Heights. Where are you?
Oh, okay. I'm close to Bensonhurst, like Diker.
Oh, nice. Oh, look at you. Very fancy. I'm so happy. I'm so happy to have a Brooklyn girl in the house. So, baby, tell me, how do you like to say your first name?
Angela.
Okay, good. I don't know why I'm saying that. I mean, it's not like, I did know somebody who said Angela, but people are crazy.
Well, sometimes they say Angela. I always say Angela.
As an angel, which you are. So, all right, my darling.
Not really.
I love your energy. You remind me so much of my friend Sade. Not the singer, but you've got a lovely energy. Although I wouldn't mind being friends with Sade, especially if she lent me millions of dollars. All right, darling. Tell me what day your birthday is. You don't have to tell me the year.
Oh, it doesn't matter. July 3rd. I'm 71.
Oh, look at you.
That's okay.
Oh, a Brooklyn Cancer. Yay. Okay, let me just get... I'm going to tell you something before we even start, which is so many people adore you. You have no idea. You have no idea. People just love you. People just lap you up. So before we start, I just wanted to tell you that, because I know the holiday season can be challenging and it can get lonely.
It doesn't feel that way all the time.
I know. But that's why I'm telling. Did you say you're 71?
Yeah.
I think that women are their most beautiful between 60 and 80. I think it's when we really come into our own. I also think that you come from a very long-lived family. There's a couple of 102-year-old grandmothers and great-grandmothers in there. So I also think for some reason the best part of your life is ahead of you. I mean, you've had some life, girl. You've had, 3.5 careers? I bet that's right. Yeah?
Well, no, really, like 2, I guess. Basically 2.
All right. I'm going to throw an extra one in there that I think you're taking for granted. All right. So what's your question, my angel?
Well, basically what's going on, I mean, my husband's gone on like 7 years already. And it's been kind of difficult. And it seems like every time I think I'm kind of going forward, I kind of go back. And it's, his family, everything just makes me crazy. I don't know if I'm doing the right thing or the wrong thing. And I get into tizzy. You know how cancer's going on. Right now I feel like just like being by myself more than I usually. I have a lot of different friends and stuff. But now I'm just getting, I don't know what to call it, to be honest.
Well, I think one of the reasons that your guides and my guides wanted me to tell you first off that you are much more loved than you know is because it's a bit of a lonely time right now. It's an odd moment in our culture, Angela. People, I'm just noticing that lately in the last few months, people are seeming much more selfish and much more closed off. and much more not giving than I'm used to seeing people be. And I think that that's been your experience too. Am I right?
Yeah, basically, yeah.
And what I want you to know is a couple of things. A, that's going to change after the solstice. I just have this feeling that after the solstice, after the 20th, 21st, which is the beginning of winter, it's also the beginning. We're in the time right now when days are at their shortest. The year is really coming to its end. The year really ends on the 20th, 21st. And around then, that's when the year turns. We start to head into longer days, and we head into a sense of renewal. And the reason I'm saying that to you, because it sounds very general, is I don't mean it in a general way. In your case, I mean it in a very specific way. What I'd like you to do is reach out to at least 5 friends over the next 5 days who maybe you've gotten out of contact with, or maybe you think don't want to hear from you. What I'd like you to do is prove to yourself and to me, because I'll be right there with you, that you are so loved. You are so necessary to people. And, we lose track of that for ourselves. We can't see that that's happening. I mean, that's the case with us. And you can't right now, because honestly, you're a little depressed.
Mm-hmm.
I get it. It's a lonely time, and it's a weird moment in human history. Also, I will tell you that Mars retrograde is making everybody act and feel like absolute nut jobs. But I will also tell you that you are not crazy. For one thing, when is the last time you heard a genuinely crazy person say, I think I'm crazy? That would be never, right?
True.
I'm here to tell you that crazy people never think they're crazy. They always think they're right. So you're not crazy, and you are. I'm sorry if you're having difficulty with your husband's family, but you have friends, especially from something you did about 7 years ago or 8 years ago. You were part of some sort of artistic or creative community. You were part of something, and you might have lost touch with a community of some of the people in that community, but people so want to hear from you. I am telling you, they really do. And you can always come up to Brooklyn Heights, knock on my door. I'll take you out for a drink. But you also have not weirdly, but I mean, weirdly for me, I've been single for 8 months. I'm like, nobody's ever going to be not single again. But not weirdly, because you're a lovely person. You have romance coming back into your life. I would say around your birthday. I can't believe that. I know you can't. That's why I'm saying it. And listen, talk to my clients, talk to the people I work with. I'm hugely weirdly accurate for everybody but me. I'm like, I'm going to win the lottery on Tuesday. But
that would be very strange if that happened.
So there's a story there that I'll tell you if we have time. But for you, what I want you to know is by your birthday, you will either be in a relationship or have just met somebody with whom you are going to be in a relationship. Now, there might be a little age difference here. And what I'm thinking is it might be an age difference where he might be 10 years younger. I know you're like, Perry, you're crazy. But I'm not crazy. Well, I'm out of my mind, but not in this particular area. I'm telling you that you are going to be in a relationship. Listen, ask my friends, ask my clients. I'm always right about this stuff, really and truly. So, and all the things that you're saying in your mind, like, I'm too old, I'm too young, I'm too short, I'm too tall, I'm too fat, I'm too thin, I'm too blonde, I'm too dark, whatever. None of that matters because you have such a solid gold spirit. Also, I can tell that you're really lovely. I can tell you're physically very, very pretty. Not that matters, but it's fun. So there's that.
Thank you.
The other
you so
thing
much.
is, what?
I said thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. I can tell. You're beautiful. You're going to just tell me I'm right. You beautiful cheekbones. And you got lovely skin. You don't have a wrinkle in your face. Damn you. But you don't. Am I right? You have great cheekbones. Yes?
You
do.
Yeah, well, I take after my mother with the good skin.
There you go. Oh, that counts. Yeah. Hey, genetics is everything. So you're going to be in a great relationship. We've got 60 seconds. So what I'm going to say also is starting around January 5th, there's going to be some money coming into your life from either job or go to the New York State Comp. Go to newyorkcity.gov, go to the comptroller's office, look up your name in unclaimed funds. There's money there for you. I am telling you. Is that good?
Thank you.
Let me know what happens. Really,
yes.
Did you get that? nyc.gov. Yeah, go to unclaimed funds.
I could find you on the web too, right?
Well, unclaimed fund, the one on nyc.gov is most trustworthy, but yeah, it's on the web. And you have money there. I am telling you. So it's all good. And when you meet your guy, just drop me a line at Perry Lyons on Facebook.com, PERI1R, LYONS, and let me know that's what happened, because it's totally going to happen. Totally.
Thank you. Merry Christmas.
You're welcome. Oh, you too, my love. Merry Christmas. And Merry Christmas to all of my cherished ducklings. Let me know what happens with you. Okay? Please keep in touch, because I love your energy. You're adorable. And so, thank you, baby. To all my cherished ducklings, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Solstice, and I'll see you next week at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm here for you, baby.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Mystic Nick with Mystic Nick. Live from lightheartedmassage.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Mystic Nick on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody, and Merry Christmas. So you're celebrating Christmas Day. Well, I assume most of you are celebrating Christmas Day. We had our day here yesterday, so today's officially Boxing Day. So it's the holidays. So let's relax and enjoy the festive season and time spent with family and friends. So I'm going to choose a card. I'll take a caller real soon because I really would like to connect. So we have a jumper card, so one that jumps out of the deck. So this one is about having patience and taking our time and don't rush into things. So as I just suggested, this is the holidays, so we don't need to rush. We need to sit back, relax and enjoy. You know, it's been a big year. And, you know, before we move into the, you know, the new year of 2025, which I feel is going to be an awesome year, but also feel that if there's stuff that needs to be sorted, we'll come to the forefront, to the surface for us to let go and acknowledge and deal with and to make changes. It seems that there's a theme of change coming up for us as well. So if we can embrace that, whatever that means for us in whatever way, not to fear change, but to have patience and have patience with ourselves and have patience with others, but also not to rush in. So to take our time when making decisions or moving forward. So we feel, you know, and use your intuitive sense as well. You know, when things feel right for you. So, you know, trust that instinct and your inner knowing, because that will guide you. That will be your best indicator of what's moving forward. So I have Michelle on the line from Alberta, I think. So I'm here in Tasmania, Australia, so across the globe. So welcome, Michelle. Are you there?
I am. Thanks for taking my call.
You're very welcome. Yeah, Merry Christmas. Thanks for being here on Christmas Day. I was wondering if anyone would show up. Excellent.
I guess not too bad. My mom passed away 3 years ago on Christmas, so it's never a fun time.
Gosh, yes. And this is the thing about this time of year. As much as we want to celebrate and enjoy the festive season, it brings up a lot around, you know, our loved ones and the passing, particularly at this time. So, you know, that's an interesting concept, I guess, of, you know, bringing the memory about with, you know, the loss of a loved one at this time, because it makes it even more special, really, doesn't it, to have to acknowledge them and think of them even more so at this time. Absolutely. Yeah, so, well, you know, I am a medium, but I always say I work for spirit. So if they choose to connect, we can put the call out and we can, you know, see if they're around. So I'd love to see if there is something. For some reason, I'm seeing a white disc of some kind. So it's a white, I'm trying to work out what this, well, it's just a round circle, but it's flat. Is there anything to do with a vase or something and flowers? I'm seeing flowers. So have you got flowers that are in memory or some sort of connection? Do you know anything what that might be about?
No, I'm not sure offhand, but maybe it'll come to me.
Okay. I'm just wanting to see whether I can connect in. So again, we have to be open-minded. I am seeing there is a lady that's coming in and she's quite she has sort of golden brownish hair. Do you know, sort of a wave around shoulder length kind of hair? She seems she seems to have like a happy disposition. She's very happy to be here. It feels like she would have been someone that really would have celebrated this time and celebrated life and, you know, glammed up a little bit. Do you understand who this person might be?
It could be Christine. I'm not sure.
Christine. So who is Christine?
Just a friend I met years ago. She passed away of cancer before her 50th, like before she was 50. So, like,
okay. And so, and that's what I'm saying about being open-minded, because sometimes we want certain people, but Spirit has other ideas sometimes. So Christine seems to be a bit like the life of the party. You know, she wants to bring the flair and the zest, and she might have been a creative person who, you know, just wanted to celebrate life.
Yeah.
That sound a little like Christine?
Yeah, she was very, very bubbly.
Yeah. So she wants to. She's in on the festive spirit. You know, she's coming through to bring. There's also does she have a younger son or a younger male that she would like to connect with, or is there a younger boy?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I didn't know her too well.
Yeah, unless there's someone that's younger that's in spirit with her as well, because she's showing me she's basically got her arms wrapped around this young person. So I feel this could be a connection to someone, a younger person that was in her life that has passed as well too. So, you know, she's giving the okay to the family. So maybe if you could follow that through, as I say, you know, they'll take the opportunity where they can to come through. So if there's someone that you know that knows a little more about Christine than you do, it might be worth just checking in as well too. I'm also seeing handbags. So was she a handbag lady or was someone into handbags?
I'm not really sure, to be honest. I definitely have lots of handbags. So
you have lots of handbags, well, it could be you as well too. This is why, you know, it's working out who belongs to the information. So someone, So is there a white handbag that's like a brand name handbag?
Not that I'm aware of.
Oh, I'm seeing a special handbag. So unless it's a gift or someone's buying one or it's being gifted, did anyone give you a handbag that's a special gift?
No.
Okay. All right. Oh, now I'm seeing onions. Is anyone do you understand why I'd be seeing onions? Does anyone have an adversity to onions, or have you been using onions, or something happening with onions recently?
I used green onions in my eggs this morning.
Right. Okay. So that's Spirit's way of letting them know that they're right with you. Okay. So, yes. They see all, which is, you know, that's the beautiful thing. And did you say eggs? Because I'm seeing eggs as well. So So again, so what I'm seeing in the vision I'm being shown is your mother. She is right. It's like you feel her. Do you feel her around you? Because I feel like she's there with you and she's standing behind you and around you when you're doing these things. And it's like you have a connection or you have a felt sense or you're thinking about her. Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
Yep. So it's like when you're washing the dishes or whatever, or I see you standing by a sink and it feels like she's just right there. So she's showing me the vision that she is really with you, and she's pretty much right there. She may even be giving you ideas or inspiration, or you might think of certain things. Do you sort of think, oh, that's what Mum would think, or have some, you know, does it feel like you're getting ideas or inspirations from her?
Sometimes, yes.
Yeah, and that's what she's showing me. That's what she's doing. She's really in your ear, really close to you. Yeah, which is beautiful, which is lovely, you know, because she hasn't gone too far. She's doing her thing. But I feel like she's very different energy too, and that's probably why the other lady comes through first, because she's bubbly, a little bit more out there. I feel like your mother, she probably wouldn't have been so out there. She seems a bit more reserved, hence why she's a little bit more in the background or standing to the back, you know, behind you. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah? Yeah. But I feel like she's very loving. I feel like she would have been quite a, what's the word? Like a kind of like stable, a stability kind of woman in your life. Like she would have been someone that you could rely on.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. She brought a very stable, a stabilizing energy to you. You know, she'd be the person, and that's probably why you feel like you're talking to her, because she's the person that you would have talked to, or she might have given you insight or helpful advice. Very grounded woman.
Yeah.
Does that sound like her?
Yeah, somewhat, for sure.
Yeah. And did she have darker brown hair?
No, she had red hair.
She had red hair. Did she ever have brown hair at any time? Well, maybe I
wouldn't say so.
Pardon?
No, more so blonde or gray, but never dark.
Okay. Oh, I'm saying unless there's a darker woman, or you've got a sister, or whether you've got darker hair, because I'm being shown someone with darker hair as well.
Okay, I have kind of darker hair right now, but there is red in it.
Yeah, okay. So it could be the image of your hair. Have you just coloured it? Because it looks, or is it? It looks kind of vibrant. She's showing me the vibrancy of the hair. So did you?
No, actually, I'm hoping to do something brighter. I'm going to be doing something brighter in a few weeks because it's pretty dull right now.
Is that what it is? Because that's what she's showing me. She's showing me your hair and you're being lighter and brighter. So again, if that's something you've been thinking about, this I'm saying about the thoughts, thinking about getting it done or having something done to your hair. She's you know, she knows that that's something that you're planning on doing.
Okay, that makes sense.
All right, so I've only got a really short time left. So hopefully that's brought a little bit of validation around. It's very tricky on such a short time frame. But yeah, I can absolutely. Pardon?
No, that's no problem. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. So you enjoy your Christmas and know that your mum is there and the other lady as well too.
Thank you. Many blessings.
Okay, and to you. Thank you very much for calling in today.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for Infinite Soul Connections with Shelley Devon. The Hummingbird Media. Live from InfiniteSoulReadings.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Infinite Soul Connection
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody. So good to be here. This is Shelley with Infinite Soul Connections. I am waiting for my caller. And until I get that caller, I'd like to talk about my program. It's called Awaken Your Creative Spirit. And it is to open up your creative mind to the endless possibilities of joy, peace, and happiness. Your creative spirit has the power to change everything. Your creativity is a very powerful type of energy. That energy is a renewable source of power for you. When you awaken your creative spirit, you can think outside of the box and come up with new solutions to daily challenges. And I am going to teach intuitive painting as a process of doing this in my program. So if you are interested, please go to my website at infinitesoulreadings.com. My mouth doesn't want to work today. And, you can sign up or you can email me, ask me questions, and I would love to have you sign up and enjoy and learn how to do the infinite soul intuitive painting. It is awesome. Okay. I am so ready for a caller. Anybody who wants a reading, wants to talk with me. Okay. Well, as I'm waiting, I'm just wanting to remind you all that I am a psychic medium, a Reiki master, a professional artist, and a best-selling author, and a spiritual coach. So if anybody is interested in any of that, go to my website at infinitesoulreadings.com, or you can email me at infinitesoulreadings@gmail.com. Okay, wonderful. I've got a caller. Hello. Are you there, Janet?
This is me. Yes, I'm here.
Hi, honey. How are you today?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm good. What can I do for you today?
Well, I'm a little bit confused with my love life. I just don't know which direction to go in.
Okay. All right. Let me pull some cards and see what they want to tell us, okay?
Okay.
All right. So you are looking to find out which direction to go.
Yes,
in your
I'm in a
life.
relationship. Yes, I'm in my love life. I'm in a relationship. If it's good for me or not.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I am just waiting for a card to pop out for you.
Okay.
Some answers. And sometimes it just takes a second.
I've also had a little doom and gloom around my job, and I was just wondering if anything's happening there, but whatever.
Around your job?
You pick up. Yeah, if you can pick up anything.
Okay. Okay. So the interesting thing about the cards that came for you, the first one is the uncharted sea, which, which means
what's out ahead of me.
Exactly. You haven't been there, you don't know yet. I'm going to see if I can help you figure out the direction. If you're in the right relationship, and if you just give me 1 minute, I'm going to tune in. Okay. So let me ask you this. Have you had a close encounter with somebody else that interests you in relationship-wise? No. I think there might be one coming. Now, I think that's where your which way should I go is really going to come up. I'm going to pull another couple of cards. I'm trying to feel into your heart space as well. You have a big heart. You've got a lot of love. I can feel that.
Oh, thank you. I do.
Yeah. And you need a lot of love. Not that you're lacking it. I'm just saying that when you receive love, it just fills you up even more, even though you're already so full of it. That didn't sound right. Sorry.
Yeah, I know.
Gotta be careful how I word things. You have so much coming to you, even more. I really feel like there's somebody. There's going to be a close encounter. Ooh, here's something interesting that I just pulled was your higher self.
Okay.
So let's see what you got. Yes, and see how it's got the heart chakra. So this is all about the love that you're talking about and that you're filled with and that I feel coming towards you. Okay. Ooh. I kind of, okay, here's what I'm feeling. I do feel that there is somebody else that you are going to meet.
Mm-hmm.
And
interesting.
Yeah, I do feel like there's somebody else. I don't feel anything like uncomfortable about the relationship that you're in. But I do feel like there's someone else coming. So keep an eye out. Yeah, keep an eye out for that.
Yeah.
And feel into your heart space. Your higher self already knows everything, right?
Right.
So I don't know if you meditate at all.
Yeah, here and there, but I haven't a lot lately, but I do. Yes.
I feel like
mostly, yes, I do.
You do? Okay. Good.
I do. Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, you know what? Even every day in the shower, I do meditate. So, yeah, I do. Yeah. Every day to cleanse and do my meditation in there, even if it's not as much. I used to do a lot more, but yeah, I still connect.
Okay. Well, here's what I want you to do. When you meditate, I want you to contact your higher self. Go inside.
Okay.
Ask yourself, ask your higher self questions. Okay. And listen for the answers. Right.
Okay. Yeah. I've been neglecting that part lately. Yes, I understand.
Yeah. Because we all have the ability to listen to our intuition. We all have intuition. And it's just a matter of learning to really listen to it. It's that gut feeling. Okay.
Correct. I get it. Yes.
Yeah. Perfect. And there's a bit of planning. I feel that you're planning something or taking some sort of action.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense to you?
Yes. I plan. Yes. Okay. Yes.
Okay. Okay. So you're planning and it almost feels like travel.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Correct.
So I'm wondering, let me ask, if this person that you're going to meet is going to be when you're traveling, when you're.
Huh.
Yeah, I think so. I think so.
Interesting. Huh.
Okay, just be open to it. I am not saying that you're going to, go with that person, but just, it could even be a person that's just going to be a really, really good friend, or it could be, a love interest. But there is someone that you're going to come across in this uncharted sea, and you are going to meet someone who is going to inspire you. Okay. This person
very interesting.
Yeah, this person is going to inspire you and maybe help you with the taking action. I know this feels really foggy. Do you have a particular question? I want to make sure we get it nice and clear. We have a couple minutes.
Okay.
You were wondering with your work, right?
Yeah, my job. With my job, anything going to change? Anything coming up?
You're not particularly happy with this job.
Correct. I was. There's a certain person that's come into my area and it's causing trouble. So I just don't know if I'm leaving that area or if that person is, or, you know.
I think that person is going to leave the area.
Okay.
Okay.
That sounds like a, yeah.
Yeah. But thank you, everybody. I will see you again next week, okay? Thank you.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network. You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for Welcome Your Woo with psychic Sarah Jane. Sarah Jane. Live from SarahJanePatton.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Welcome Your Woo
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Well, hello, everyone. I am Psychic Sarah Jane, host of Welcome Your Woo where intuition, energy, and the mystical world comes together to guide you through life's most profound experiences. Thank you for tuning in to receive intuitive insights, spiritual guidance, and conversations that will open your heart and mind. Well, hello, beautiful listeners. Welcome back. Here we are again this evening. I'm super excited to be talking and expanding our conversation a little bit more on how self-care is a catalyst for expanding your intuition and your psychic abilities. So last week I talked about how this is one of my zone of geniuses, is teaching other people how to tap in and access their psychic abilities, because newsflash, we are all psychic. It's true. It's just like a muscle. It's kind of like running a 5K. If you've never ran one before, you're probably not going to just get up and go start running one. You're going to practice first, and your psychic abilities are the same way. You have to exercise the muscle. And so one of the ways that we can do that is through our self-care. And last week we talked about how grounding and protecting our energy is a way to practice self-care, and how it supports us by allowing us to be a clear channel for spirit. So if we want to receive those divine messages, it's super important to remain grounded and protected in our energy. So if you want to catch that from last week, make sure you go catch the replay. But today we're going to expand a little bit further in this conversation. And I'm just going to talk to you a little bit about how meditation, gratitude, and affirmations can support you in your self-care, as well as opening further into your psychic abilities. So let's talk about meditation for just a moment. So meditation is something that I think that is definitely more talked about today than it ever has been before, right? This used to be something that was practiced very often, or it wasn't talked about, but it's becoming the normal. And really what I always tell people about meditation is there's no wrong way to meditate. It's your intention that matters most. But really the purpose of that is to really just be with yourself and to connect and quiet your mind. So when we quiet our mind and we allow ourselves to just sit and allow things to come in and receive information, that is how we can receive downloads. You guys, I have the most profound experiences during meditations and following them. And it's something that has increased through time. I've been practicing for well over 5 years on consistency and doing this as a regular practice. But oh my gosh, do you know the health benefits to meditating? Did you know that doing like a good solid 15-minute meditation can be equivalent to like 6 to 8 hours of sleep at times? So it can be super helpful in so many different ways. But one of the ways, like this is a twofold. It's a way to really practice self-care, because I promise you that if you begin meditating regularly, it's going to shift your energy and how you show up in the world. But it also is a catalyst for opening up further into your psychic abilities and expanding those clairs. So I'm not going to go too far into it. I'm just recommending it, letting you know it's out there. I recommend taking a look and researching, doing what feels right for you. There's tons of guided meditations. I really love the silent ones where we're listening to nature sounds, or Esther Hicks always talks about listening to the hum of the, air conditioner. You can do whatever works for you, but don't judge your meditation. That's what I always tell people. The next thing I'll talk about is how gratitude is something that supports us. So gratitude, next to authenticity, gratitude is the highest vibrational frequency that we can be in. And if we want to experience more, one of the ways we can do that is by expressing the things that we're grateful for. So that is a practice of self-care as well, because when we acknowledge the things that we're grateful for, it elevates our frequency. But also, this is where it's the twofold part, where it's both. It's that and. Our spirit teams acknowledge when we acknowledge our gratitude, and they give more. That's how we receive the abundance. So if you want to receive more, start expressing the things that you're grateful for. It literally can change your life. You guys, I've been keeping a gratitude journal for over 5 years now. And oh my goodness, you will never run out of things to be grateful for, ever. I started out doing 5 a day, and I'm up to 10 a day. So I've been doing this for 5 years now, but I write out 10 things every day that I'm grateful for. It elevates my frequency, and it lets my spirit team know that I'm acknowledging all that I do have, acknowledging the abundance that's around me, because you guys, we do live an abundant life. All of us do. So that's just one thing I really just love to express about the gratitude, because it's so incredible to raise and elevate that frequency. The next one is affirmations. So we have all of these limiting beliefs that sit within the subconscious mind. And I always talk about the subconscious mind and how it's like the iceberg, right? So the part that we can see sticking out of the water is a lot smaller than the part that is under the water. That part under the water is so much bigger. It's vast and it's huge. And that is the subconscious mind. And the subconscious mind is hard to reprogram sometimes because it just runs on autopilot. And so we've done all these things to program ourselves that we create sometimes these limiting beliefs that simply aren't true, but they're based on our programming, our experiences, our even traumas or our triggers. But when we start to recite and repeat affirmations over time, we can reprogram the subconscious mind. So one of the things I like to often recommend is the 3-6-9 method, which is something that Esther Hicks often talks about, writing your affirmation 3 times in the morning, 6 times in the afternoon, and 9 times at night, and doing that before bed. But what happens is it begins to really reprogram the subconscious mind. But here's the thing, when you write your affirmations, don't write from your scarcity or fear mindset, because if you are writing your affirmation, reciting the affirmation from that space of scarcity, from the space of fear, you just create more of that because it's focusing on the lack and not having it rather than having it. So to really sink into the gratitude and your affirmations, act as if it's already happened. Okay, so imagine that limiting belief rewriting the story. So maybe okay, I always joke about this because people think it's funny, but I had this limiting belief that it's not safe for me to be seen. And here I am doing this radio show, right? I had to overcome that limiting belief. So I wrote a affirmation for a long time that said, it is safe to be seen. It is safe for me to be seen. So you can do anything to just rewrite the story. So find the limiting belief, rewrite the story, but this will support your self-care as well as just elevate your frequency. When you elevate your frequency, you're more likely to receive your intuitive hits. You're able to really trust your discernment more when you're in the elevated and higher frequency. So that's why meditation, gratitude, and affirmations are very supportive to not just your self-care, but also to expanding your intuition and your psychic abilities. So with that being said, what I'm going to do really quickly is I'm going to pull a card here just for the collective and channel a message and just see what Spirit has to say for us around what I've just shared. And then we'll take some colors. Let's see here. So we're just going to ask Spirit, what is the message for us today? What do we want to share based on what I just said around self-care, helping to expand our intuition and psychic abilities? Let's see, we'll pull 3 cards. Shuffling the deck, you guys. If you're listening and can't see. All right. Oh, we got 4. Okay. So the first card we have is intuition. Funny, because that's what we're talking about. And it says, listen to the whispers of your heart. Use divination tools to help you decide. Trust your intuition no matter what. So this is a reminder too, you guys, divination tools are very supportive to us when we are really honing in on our psychic abilities and wanting to really trust our intuition and our discernment. So you can use things like oracle cards, tarot cards. You can use a pendulum. You can use runes. There's so many different things you can do. But this is just a reminder to use those tools to support you because they are really, really helpful when you're working to really trust your own intuition and use your discernment. The next card we have is hope. Stay positive. The worst is behind you. Look up to the light. So this is just like, I'm just seeing like a rainbow for the collective, reminding us that we're shifting into these higher frequencies, higher elevated spaces, and that 2025 is going to be a really big year for many of us and lots of changes and shifts, but just to maintain that hope, super important. I got the cycles card. Everything has its right time. Honor the cycles of your body. Tune into the moon's magic. This is a reminder that many cycles are falling away. So like a lot of old karmic cycles are breaking right now. So just being reminded to tell everyone that if you have like a job that's changing, relationships that are shifting, big, massive changes happening in your life, it's because many cycles are ending so that we can start into this new and other, experiences that are coming our way for 2025. The next card I have is intention. Be clear and decisive. Focus on what you really want. Be bold with your request to the universe. So check this out. Your intention is really what matters most. Your intention is what, amongst anything else, what I tell everyone is your intention followed by inspired action will equal success. So if you get super clear about your intention and ask the universe for what you want, but don't micromanage the universe, that is where the magic is at. And you can manifest through deliberate creation if you are setting those intentions and taking that inspired action. So those are the messages for the collective this week. And right now I'm going to take a caller. I'm going to talk to, Rosemary in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Hello, Rosemary.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fantastic. How are you this evening?
I'm good.
So,
yourself?
I'm doing great. Do you have a specific question that you want today? Or are you just looking for some intuitive guidance?
Taking guidance, or because I've been manifesting and nothing's gone the right way, I guess, or nothing's happening. Does that make sense?
Yes, I'm sensing some sadness. Are you feeling sad?
Off and on.
How about overwhelmed? Are you feeling overwhelmed?
Yeah, a lot of stuff that's overwhelming me.
Yes. Rosemary, when's the last time that you took some time for yourself and really just filled your own cup?
Here and there, about a couple weeks ago.
And is there something happening with a job or something around your job or work?
Yeah, pretty much. It's, I need to either get out of there or they have to switch my schedule around. A lot of craziness with the management.
Yes, it feels like the message I'm getting for you is it's time to fill your cup, to really take care of all of Rosemary, that sometimes we're often giving from an empty cup, and so it's exhausting us and making us tired. I did just have a card fly out, though. You got the abundance card. It says, enjoy the bounty of life. Your supply is unlimited. Blessings are coming your way. So I do feel a shift coming for you. I'm actually seeing something in February coming. An opportunity actually is what I'm seeing for you, Rosemary. And they're saying too, it'll depend on the timeline too, because timelines shift around and change. But what I'm being told is the door will open, and it won't matter if you choose to walk through it or not. It's really about just the opportunity and seeing what it's for. I'm not sure what this is about. Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. Probably a relationship or moving or something.
Yeah, something's going. Do you have a dog?
I used to.
You used to?
Yeah, there's a few dogs that on the property overseas. That's where I want to move to. I know there is dogs there.
I feel like you have a spirit dog with you.
Yeah, I have a few.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a really strong one coming through. I'm not sure who this dog is, but it's coming through. Let's see. Oops. All right, you got a couple more cards here. It says, you got Sisterhood of the Rose, Beauty and Devotion, Priestess, Mystic, and Teacher. I feel like what this card is telling you is perhaps looking for a mentor, maybe someone to support you and to help you, just keep you motivated. Sometimes we rely on our friends, is what I'm being told, Rosemary. We rely on our friends or our family, but they're too close to us, and they're not always able to speak the truth that we need to, or they can't receive us, or we're afraid of their judgment. So perhaps looking into someone to mentor you or to follow that will support you, even just listening to some stuff that's going to help elevate your frequency will be supportive to you. The next card you got is the Mirror card. Who or what is triggering you? So Spirit just always wants to remind us that anytime that we are triggered by something, that often there's something there for us to look at. So don't be afraid to, I always tell my kids, take a walk to the reflection pond and see what you might see. Take a look and see what might be there. So that is something being called to. Do you have any specific questions you want to ask me?
If our relationship's coming into what I'm thinking or manifesting on, that goes overseas with, or he's coming to get me, or he's coming for the holidays, if that makes sense, and my birthday.
Okay, make sure I understood the question. So you are seeing, you're trying to manifest something or somebody, you said?
Yes, that's coming here for coming to get me, and I will transfer over.
Well, you got the abundance card when it first started, so I feel like that is a clue to what you're talking about. It feels positive, whatever that is. And I just had 3 cards fly out. Let's read what we have here. You've got Sisters of the Seasons, Cycles of Growth, Natural Law, Divine Order. So Spirit's just reminding you that everything is playing out in divine order through divine orchestration. Sometimes we want to micromanage the universe, so you don't need to do that. Just let things play out and flow the way that they need to. You also got the Sacred Union, Partnership and Romance. So hopefully this perhaps maybe is what you are looking for. I'm just being told, follow your heart. It won't fail you. Sink into the heart space and less logic is what I'm being told to remind you of. And then you got card number 21, the Wise Woman of Wonderland, Integrity and Compromise. So Spirit's just saying, stay true to who you are, Rosemary. Stay true to your authentic purpose, what you want, what you desire, no settling. And as long as you stay in alignment and integrity with yourself, then the people coming into your space will be aligned with you as well. So, do you have any other questions?
My next question is, am I moving with overseas with the job that I'm looking for, or what I'm applying to 2 different companies, and it's like let down after another. Every time I apply.
I'm being told that you're going to have more than one option and you will get to choose.
Okay.
That's what they're.
I want it. Cool.
That's what my guides are saying. I can pull a card and see what the cards say to go with it, but they're saying you're going to have a choice. And you got the leap card. You go first. The universe will catch you. So definitely don't be afraid to take a leap with whatever it is, Rosemary. That's what I'm being told to tell you. So Thank you, Rosemary, for calling tonight. I appreciate you. Have a good night.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Bye. All right. Up next, we have Ada in Childress, Texas.
Hello. How are you?
Did I say your name right?
It's Ada.
Ada.
Okay.
Thank you for correcting me. How are you, Ada?
Oh, I'm doing okay. How are you?
I'm well. So do you have a specific question, or do you just want some intuitive guidance and card pulls?
Actually, it's okay if I have some guidance. I just need guidance on my life, like what's to come, future-wise, I guess. That's about it.
Just in general, just overall guidance for your life and what's coming?
Yes, ma'am, if that's okay.
Do you have something that you're excited about that's coming up?
Not that I know of yet.
Okay. Let's see. Is there something you've been contemplating or thinking about doing?
Oh, yeah. I've been thinking about, I had a dream that I wanted to live in Japan, and I don't know. I mean, I'd like to live there, you know. I don't know if it will happen.
I'm seeing travel.
Uh-huh.
I'm seeing travel in your future. Okay, so I pulled a couple of cards from my unicorn deck here. The first card you have is celebration. Mm-hmm. A positive outcome is celebrate your success and enjoy your achievements. I'm just being told, chin up, Ada. Like you are ready to experience lots of joy and fulfillment. And I'm just being told it's your time, but believing that it's possible and that all your desires are actually able to manifest is the only thing missing right now is your own belief. So just focus on your belief and envisioning what you want to create. The next card you have is expansion. And when I saw this expansion card, I saw suitcases. So like I see you traveling, I see you going somewhere, but it says spread wings and soar, share your message and shine your light, show the world what you're made of. So this is a time, I do feel like you're being called forward right now, Ada, like you're supposed to step forward and start speaking more of your truth. Have you thought about teaching, or do you teach something?
I like helping others and I like learning languages.
Yeah, I was seeing you in some type of teaching role. And then you also got the nature card, which is ground yourself, find a sanctuary in nature, connect with the elements. So Spirit just reminding you here to make sure that you ground your energy every day. If you ground every day, it's going to give you the clarity that you need to receive like your intuitive messages and be able to trust that more. I always tell everyone like grounding and protecting your energy is really how we can trust our discernment the most. So really just listening to your gut feelings that you have coming in, Ada, like if you have a gut feeling about something, Spirit's saying, trust that. Don't dismiss it or deny that.
Oh, okay.
Do you have some more questions?
I guess it's just like, is anything good coming my way? That's all.
You got the yes.
This month.
You literally asked that question and I pulled the yes card. It says yes. And I pulled celebration.
Okay.
Yeah, I pulled celebration and I told you that I felt like something positive was coming, something excited was coming.
Oh, wow. That's cool. I like that.
It says answer the call. What is your soul calling you to do? So really, this is about you right now, Ada. This is about you really honing in on the desires that you have, what you want to create for yourself. I'm being told that this is your time to fly.
Oh, okay. I like hearing that.
I'm hearing the song, This Little Light of Mine, I'm gonna let it shine. I have a lot of clear audience, so I'll hear music playing a lot of times. Let's see what else the cards have.
That's fine.
Here you go. Like it's literally reiterating what I just said to you. So you got the warrior woman. Have you answered your deepest calling?
Oh, wow.
I'm going to pull from another deck too. Let's see. I'm going to ask you something really random, okay, Ada, because I have the gift of all knowing and I just will have random things drop in. Do cherries mean anything to you? I was seeing cherries.
Yeah, I like black cherries. And I like cherry blossoms, so yes.
Okay.
Supposed to do.
Thank you for validating that because I was like, why am I seeing all these cherries around her?
Yeah.
So you got the Well Watcher, wisdom, power of the divine. So my question for you is, have you ever thought about tapping into your own psychic abilities?
Yes, I have, and I sometimes I don't know if it's really a dream I'm dreaming or if it's gonna happen. I mean, I know that's weird to say like that, but that's how I can explain it.
So that is totally common and absolutely what most people say to me. We don't trust our intuition and our psychic abilities, right? A lot of it's because we've been programmed and told not to. And now we're trying to...
I believe in them. I really do. I just sometimes just need to work more on it. Yes. But I am interested in that stuff, yes.
It's totally normal and okay. What I'm being told to tell you, Ada, is that you are very gifted spiritually. Like you have a lot of spiritual gifts to share with the world, and they're like so ready to like be opened up and accessed fully.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that sounds good.
You have a big spirit team too. I can see your spirit team. You got the Fire Prince, optimism, aggression. So this is just like literally when I see this card, the fire, like the flame burning, because it's like the phoenix rising is what I'm seeing. So it's almost like you're going to rise up into this like amazing, incredible, like I feel like you're a powerful healer, to be honest, Ada. Like I'm just being honest what I have coming through about it. So I encourage you to explore that, take a look at it, find a mentor. I teach, but I always tell people to look at more than one person because, you know, you just never know. But certainly go check out my things if you're interested. But I definitely would consider taking some classes and courses and connecting for sure.
Yeah.
So
I should try that.
Yes. All right, Ada. Well, thank you for calling in tonight.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry, I didn't get your name. Again,
I'm Sarah.
Your name
is Sarah Jane.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sarah Jane, for the read. I appreciate it.
You're so welcome. I'll be in touch. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. All right, you guys, that's a wrap for tonight's episode of Welcome Your Woo. I hope that you've had fun this evening, and I hope that you return for more next week, where we will continue this conversation a little bit deeper on how self-care is a catalyst to expanding your intuition and psychic abilities. Until then, if you're looking for more clarity or spiritual guidance, you guys can book a personal session with me anytime at sarahjanepatton.com. I do look forward to serving you and growing this audience. Don't forget to invite your friends because it is just so much more fun when we get to do this together. And if you want to stay further connected and get a closer look at the work that I do, you can join my private Facebook group, Welcome Your Woo with Psychic Sarah Jane. Be sure to tune in every Wednesday night at 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 Central. Until next time, you guys, remember to stay open, trust the journey, and as always, welcome your woo. Bye for now.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Soul Star Connections with Azriel. Live from Azriel.love.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Soul Star Connection
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody, and welcome. I hope you're having a beautiful, beautiful day today. Can't believe it's almost solstice, almost Christmas, almost 2025. just feels like this year, especially these last few months, have gone by so quickly. I'm Azrael, and I'm coming to you live today from Nashville, Tennessee. And yeah, I thought I'd start by just sharing a little bit about what I've been noticing coming up for my clients and some of the people that I work with in the collective. I'm always aware if there's like a common theme that's going on in my life or other people's lives, that it's usually affecting more than just us. And then I thought I'd open into a short guided meditation, something to bring us into sort of the light within the darkness at this time of year, and as well as opening to the flow into that river of life that is longing to move through us. And so my name's Azrael, and my website is www.azrael.love. So you can find out more about me and everything I do there. I love working with energy and, opening to the greater connection with spirit and light and life. And as you all know that are listening to the show today, it is such a time to be alive, right? There's so much happening in our collective, so much shifting within our consciousness, and so much being really asked to open and blossom through us all. And yet, if you're like a lot of my clients these days, I'll even say like me at times these days too, it feels like there's not a lot of movement right now. It feels like there's perhaps a lot of stagnancy. Or a lot of lack of clarity. This is a common thread that I've heard this week. It's just a lack of clarity. It's sort of this knowing that life is not wanting us to continue the way we have been. A lot of us have opened to the call of spirit throughout our lives, which is amazing. And yet there's still been this active determination, perhaps, or will in getting things going, getting things moving, whether it be in our business or in our lives in some way, sort of like I've got the energy, I'm putting the energy out there, I'm gonna manifest, I'm gonna get things opening and going. And that's sort of been our path, even effortless will, in some will in there. And one of the things that keeps coming through or that I'm seeing so much is we don't have that determination and will so much anymore. There isn't a clarity perhaps of the path moving forward, or even if there is a clarity, there isn't a sense of anything that we can do to make it happen. It's almost as if the universe is saying, okay, like stop. And open to a greater sense of trust, open to a greater sense of understanding the divine timing and the divine plan, and open to a space where you can truly let go of your agenda. And, we've heard this before. We've done this before at different times in our lives. And yet this time it's almost like, yeah, but trust what? Because I don't know what to do, or I know the outcome, or I know what I'm meant to be doing, but I don't know how to get there. And the old way doesn't work. And I can't even do the old way anymore. It's almost like my work, and when I say my, I'm speaking for the collective my or collective we. Our work is to really start to transform the old paradigm. And so in doing that, we can't work through things in the same way we used to. We can't put that determined will in. At times it comes, but it's really about being in the inertia, being in the perceived stagnancy, and knowing that we are doing deep work there. And that there's going to be that moment, and I don't know when, I'll be perfectly honest, I don't have like the date, but there's going to be that moment where things shift, and that path of light or that path of magic or that path of our soul opens up for us in a tremendous movement. And it will be very clear at that time, the steps, the places we need to go. But right now, right here, we're truly just in it. And we're in the birth, we're in the death, we're in the change, we're in it all. And so I just wanted to share that with you today because it's been coming up. So if you're not clear, if you're like, I just am working so hard to this, but I don't have the energy to keep pushing, just know you're not alone. And see where you can find the exhale. See where you can soften into what is. Yeah. So I'd like to do just a really short meditation just to connect with the energy for solstice. Solstice is this Saturday, and it is the darkest night of the year. And it's a powerful time to really connect both to the velvety richness of the darkness and also to that beautiful luminosity of light, that light that shines through even in the darkest times. So if you're driving, I would encourage you not to close your eyes. You can still sort of imagine and feel and presence this meditation. But if you are here with us today and able to take a few breaths, I'm going to invite you to close your eyes and to take a couple exhales, maybe through the mouth or the nostrils. And notice if you're holding on to anything. And giving yourself permission through the exhale to truly just let go. Can even imagine on the next exhale a beautiful grounding cord of light moving down the back of the spine, the back of the sacrum and the tailbone, all the way down into the earth. And then bringing the tip of the tongue to the roof of the mouth behind the teeth. This connects us to both heaven and earth. This creates a cycle where energy can flow. And as you inhale, take a couple breaths up from this grounding cord. Allow yourself to draw in the energy of earth. And as you exhale, allow it to expand through you. Invite it to open through you. And bring with it whatever you might feel, whatever textures, whatever energies, whatever might be present there for you from this earth. What does this Divine Mother have to give to you today? 2 more breaths. And then let your breath go. And imagine that you were sitting in a room of velvety darkness. A place that was both comfortable and deeply nourishing. Like a womb where you were held by the most nourishing, beautiful, grounded energy that there is. That even though your eyes are closed, you know if you open them, you could not see anything. The darkness here is so thick. And notice that there is a sense of safety. There's a sense of peace here. And so give yourself permission for a moment or two just to allow the nervous system and the body to just relax. To be held by this velvety richness. And to know that there is nothing you need to do or be other than what you are in this moment and in any moment. And then I'd like you to call in or imagine a beautiful flame of light, like a candle. Maybe even seeing a candle with its beautiful flame. And noticing if this light, this flame, wants to be inside you in your heart. or if it would like to be a guiding light out in front of you. There's no right or wrong. It might be in both places. And let's take a moment and just feel the clarity and the beauty of this light. The warmth and the peace. And know that if there's any seeds that you would like to plant, anything at all you would like to ask for support with or to receive, that you can whisper it or reflect it to this light. It might be a word, or you might see or feel something. Allow it to be present in this light, this flame. And then let it go, knowing that it has been received. We'll take 3 breaths here now, breathing in the darkness, the velvety richness of divine peace. And the beautiful clarity of the warm, simple light that is shining brightly in this moment. Feel them both. And feel the peace and the space in your nervous system. Placing your hands, palms down over your heart. Opening your eyes and knowing that you are part of a group of hundreds, perhaps thousands listening to this today. Connected, held, in peace. So thank you so much for taking part with that with me. Very powerful. Maybe light a candle on solstice and plant that seed or ask for the help that you need. And hand it over to the universe. It'll take care of us. So I'm really looking forward to sharing with some callers today. I believe we have Joe in Denver, Colorado on the line, and I'm really looking forward to being here with you today. And so, let me know when you're here, Joe, and I'd love to connect.
I am here right now.
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm at a crossroads on a lot of things. So you hit me in your introduction here pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty intense right now, I'll be perfectly honest. But yes, but also good. We're in it for a reason. So how can I support you today? What would you like to open into?
Well, I have 2 things I was hoping to ask energetically. The first is I have been married for about 2 years, and my wife has an addiction to mobile applications. She spends a lot of money.
Okay.
And I have tried every energetic thing I can think of, and it is becoming to the point where it's bad. I would say energetically it's bad, and I know a lot of it's her anxiety. I'm just wondering if spirit-wise, if this is something that's going to keep on going the length of our marriage. Is this something that I'm going to have to deal with long-term? Is it's becoming a major energetic block for us?
Yes.
And I don't know how to proceed around it. in a way that's healthy, but also not condescending. I don't want to be a bad husband. In how I show up, if that makes energetic sense. I don't want to belittle my wife.
Oh, I feel for you. Yes, I really do. And continue, and then when you're complete, I'll let you know what's coming in. So.
Yeah, and it's money is just really, really tight right now, and I am pondering a career change and getting into teaching. And I had 2 interviews last week that did not pan out. So I'm just curious if Spirit is still trying to lead me in that direction. I want to teach social studies, some form of American government, if that's what I put that intention out. Or if I need to be putting my intention elsewhere. I'm just ready to leave my current job. I'm debating putting in my 2 weeks this week. But the financial stuff of the first thing I mentioned is kind of looming over, and bringing up fear for me that we'll be able to pay all the bills in January and February.
Oh, I very much hear you with that too. And I'll just let you know, and we'll go into the career part second. I do feel that definitely, again, there is something out there for you. So I really want to be clear, and we'll go a little deeper into that. I do feel it's time for you to be making a shift. I feel like a door will open again when I feel like sooner than later. And at the same time, as I talked about earlier, we're being put in this place of a sort of a holding space. And I'll explore that a little bit more for you soon. And I really understand the financial stuff and difficulties, especially related to part 1. So the first thing that came in, a couple things came in around your wife. And I really want to honor your love for her, your presence for her, and how you really want to move through this tenderly, right? Or in a way that's respectful to her. And at the same time, there's an importance, right, to really also notice your boundaries, and especially when it comes to the financial piece, right? Because it's a lot. And I think you hit the nail on the head when, like you said, it's a lot to do with her anxieties. My sense is that there's a real, and energetically, the picture I got of her is she's, it's like an access for her to escape, right? And to get out sort of her body. And this energy is like drawing her of the mobile apps and everything. It's like drawing her outside of her body or outside of the anxiety, perhaps the pain. And again, this pain or anxiety, knowing it really has nothing to do with you, as I'm sure you're aware of. It's more older stuff and older patterning, and older trauma that's there for her. And so a couple things came to me. Now, will this continue? I think if nothing can be done to bring her back into her body, then the pattern will continue on some level. I do feel that there's things that can be done to help her and to work with her. And so one of the first things was just really simple that came in. I'm wondering about having a crystal. Black tourmaline is what came to mind, or like a volcanic rock, something black and heavy, that like is very grounding and also going to disrupt the field of the mobile apps. You could look at getting like one of those phone cases or something that like works with the radio waves, but I saw it more as like a black tourmaline or like a black like volcanic type rock, and something that if she's open to, she can just wear on her body and on her being, because it's going to do something to her like lower chakras or her lower energies that are going to allow them to relax a little bit and allow them to drop in. Now, this isn't something that necessarily is going to just change the problem, right? It's bigger than that. But there's going to be a space there where like that was like the first thing that comes in. It's going to bring her, like the image I got was a lot of energy moving out through her third eye, through the seventh chakra, even through the throat, like in the addiction or in this to these apps. And that's going to like make her at least be able to go, oh, like I'm here, even if she doesn't like consciously realize that she's there. And then let me just pause because I just want to check in. That was the first thing that came in very, very clear. The other thing would be is if she's open to or willing to work either with a therapist who does like some EMDR training is what comes to mind for therapists, someone that can work, again, with getting her in the body, working with like light or tapping in the back and forth of the brain could be very, very helpful for her. Or if she's open to working with an energy worker that can really help. I don't even want to say teach her. It's like do something to shift the energy to bring her back into the body. So that grounding cord I dropped down right at the beginning of the meditation. It's like there's something there that's really key for her where she can start to learn, or her energetic body can start to learn to drop that energy down and then create like a vortex of light around her, of grounded light around her. That will help, again, create a sense of safety or peace for her. If you like, what I'd ask you to do, and this is not this is not going to be the answer, but if you like, you can go to my YouTube video. It's at soulstarcollective.com, and if she's open to it, I have a rose meditation on there and a Wei Chi field meditation on there, and both of those are things that she could even start to do if she's open. But the thing about having her work with a practitioner or working with a practitioner in some way is that they can also help cut some of these cords or cut some of the things that are like keeping her in the patterns. And one of the things for you as her husband, it's really hard, even though you can do a lot of energetic work for her, you're also really tied into the situation, right? So someone separate from there could help. So those were the two things. It's more about getting her into the body. And then if it's like a long-standing trauma or a long-standing anxiety, that's where I do think working with someone that works with like EMDR is what came to mind. I don't know why. That's just sort of what popped in. But something where she doesn't have to like talk about it. She doesn't have to like get into like all the like, you know, the story of it, but she can open into releasing it in a different way. But the crystal is what came first, the tourmaline. So
I love it. I'm a Reiki practitioner. I do meditative Reiki. I made a rule that I wouldn't touch her energy space without her being aware. It's one of my I won't do anything energetically without her being aware of it, because I just feel like it jacks with free will, and it's also, I feel like it's spiritually belittling to my wife. And I don't.
And it's not your place, right? Like, again, not that it's not your place, but it's sort of like, and that's where I would just talk to her, just talk to her. And again, I don't necessarily think you're the person to do it, right? Like it's someone that's outside that can bring in. And I'm sure in Colorado, there'd be amazing practitioners. I do work by distance. I know other people that work by distance as well, but it would be more about like, what's the right fit for her. And even with the meditations I recommended, they're simple, but it's up to her to want to do them. But the crystal is what came in first. And yeah, so I've got about 4 more minutes. So I just want to take a moment and check in with your job. And I do want to honor, like, I feel your grounded presence and I feel your light. And one of the things that your guides are telling me, and again, this is something I think collectively for so many of the people listening to the show right now, just know you are shining brighter than you think. When we're in it, right? Like so many of us are in it right now. And it's like, oh my God, like I don't feel my light, or I might not feel as connected, or the energy's not moving as the way it used to. It's like, just know you're holding and resonating a beautiful, beautiful amount of grounded light and awareness. And it's really beautiful to feel. As always, just dropping your own cords or doing what you can do to ground will also be very helpful. So what they're saying about your job, or what I'm getting around the job is it feels like some doors have closed, right? With the last 2 interviews, know that something is going to open up for you. There's a really clear pathway that's going to be there. I'll tune in and see if I can get any clarity on it, whether it's like with a new school or whatever. but just know, like, yeah, keep putting out what it is your heart is longing to do, because it's there and it's close. Now, with the way the timeline is right now, close could be 3 months, close could be 6 months, right? Or the beginning of the next school year. It's not always moving like as fast as it has in the past, or at least it's not seeming to right now, but it's like there. And part of the reasons why you haven't gotten those last 2 jobs is the environment or the school itself has not been the right fit for you. And there's a place where you're going to be really able to shine and flow. It's like your energy body's already there. So like it's close and it's in place. And it's very, very clear. Now, as far as letting your current job go, right? Like, I don't want to like advise on that. Like, but it's just know, like, you don't want to stay with it. So like, you'll know the right timing. You'll know like, if you're just like, I gotta let it go when that time is. And if you're like, okay, I'm just going to do it. Great. If you're like, no, I got to keep it, till I get something else in place, it's not going to hold you back from something else getting in place. Just know that. It's not like because you're sticking with it, it's not like the next thing isn't going to come. But it's, you're not meant to stay in it. It's not like a long-term thing anymore. Like, it's time for you to make the shift. And so that comes very, very clearly. I probably have like 30 more seconds or a minute left. So let me just see if I can.
Can I just say one word and see if you get any energy from it?
Yeah.
There's a school that's called Doherty, and that's near where I live, and that has energetic significance in that direction as I drive by it. And I just didn't know if that's what I should be waiting for.
I get a yes on that. And again, it might be something else, but I get it. There's a charge of yes. It's I'm getting shivers too, right? And again, like, don't want to put all my faith in my shivers, but there's a clarity there. It's close, it's easy, it's in the flow. And definitely, I would not hold back from applying other places that might light you up, but I have a sense that that's probably possibly what you're waiting for, and 100%. And there's going to be ease. No, it's like things are going to just open up. You'll have to interview and do everything, but you're not going to have to like fight for it or anything like that. So
beautiful. Well, thank you for your information. I appreciate you.
Yeah, I appreciate you too, Joe. I feel your joy on some level, but I feel your grounded beauty and awareness, and it's been amazing to connect with you. I do have to go, but feel free to check out my website and my YouTube channel. YouTube channel is Soul Star Collective for those meditations, and don't hesitate to reach out anytime. And so much love to you, so much love to everybody that's been listening today. I will not be here next week. It's Christmas Eve, but I'll be here on New Year's Eve, and I wish you all a beautiful holiday season. Namaste.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio. Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is Reverend Elliot coming to you live on the last show of 2024. We'll be meeting again next week in 2025. And hey, it's Christmas and the first day of Hanukkah. How do you like that? All the holidays are coming in fast and furious together. It's the first time those two have coincided since 2005. So, hey, that's a good sign. Everybody is being pretty mellow and having a good time. There's a feeling of optimism spreading in the land after about 2 years of fear-mongering with an election that seems to be well behind us. And people, except for a few holdouts who are paid millions of dollars to be contrarians, there's a good feeling in the land that I notice in talking to people and when I'm out and about. It's nice. It's good to feel again. So let's hope that spreads into 2025 when we come back. It will be another year, and I hope I can continue this streak and not miss 6 months worth of shows again. I feel like I cheated everybody, but I'm making up for that because I'm going to be very good about being here. And the doctors are, as the character says in Citizen Kane, they've got this idea that they want to keep me alive forever. But hey, I'm not a young man, but I'm not that old that I'm willing to readily cash in my chips at this point in the game. This is an interesting time of year because for some reason, and I never understood why, I guess it's a personal thing, that some people get very depressed. I mean, it could be the weather. It could be the darkness. I don't like that it gets dark so early, especially now that my vision is kind of impaired. But it's still a good time of year, I believe. And I'll tell you how you can make it even better. Go over to my website. I'm not trying to sell you something, so don't worry about that. Go over to my website at magic-works.com, magic-works.com, and click on, at the top of the page there, the menu of the over 100 and some odd pages there, click on the one that says eggnog, and you will see the best eggnog recipe you're ever going to find. It really, if you don't like eggnog, you've probably only been using store-bought stuff. Give this one a shot. Seriously, give it a good shot, because I like I said, I'm an old man, and I've been making this since I'm 15 years old. See, that's a long time ago, and it'll make you the life of the party. Although one year we had a Christmas party here, and my wife and we had about 200 people here. And the hit of that party was a gigantic cauldron of mulled wine, which I pretty much slapped together by just heating some wine and throwing in things like dried orange peel and clove and a few other things. But, whoa, that was one heck of a party, that was. And that's why, even though I'm an old guy and this time of year is especially wonderful and magical for children, I found that I've got something that that time has given me, which is fabulous memories, wonderful times of happy celebration with people I knew and loved and spent time around. And we've all drifted apart over the years, but that's the nature of existence. And here, I carry the memories with me all the time. And it's a wonderful feeling, and I enjoy it. And I wanted to be old ever since I was little. I have very clear memories at like the age of 5 of putting talcum powder in my hair. to make me look gray. Well, that happened. I did get gray, but that didn't last long because, no, I didn't dye my hair. My hair left. I've got more flesh-colored topping on my head than I have hair. So that's just one of those things that I inherited the gene that made my hair fall out. But that's, you can't let those things get to us. In fact, it's kind of fashionable now. Men are taken to shaving their heads, so that's good. That helps. There's still some people who have this idea that if you have a shaved head, you're some kind of a troglodyte monster, but that couldn't be farther from the truth. I've known so many wonderful people, men with shaved heads, that stereotype is pretty much out the window now. It's the way things go as the population ages. There was a doubling of the population between 1946 and 1964. And we getting pretty old now, so there's a lot of hairlessness going on. But hey, that just means we have had time to amass marvelous memories, and I enjoy them. I relish the memories, and I cherish having them. And I wouldn't give up any of those times that I've had for so many years. It's just been so enjoyable. So go over to magic-works.com, magic-works.com, and look at the eggnog recipe. And you can also find the pumpkin pie recipe. I haven't been making that one since the age of 15. I think I started that one in my 30s. I found that recipe, which is a version of a pumpkin pie recipe from colonial times here in America. So that is a marvelous recipe for a pumpkin pie. And here's a secret about pumpkin pie. It's not classified as dessert. It's classified as food if you make it with sweet potatoes, and nobody will notice the difference. The texture is the same, the color is the same, the taste is the same, but it's salubrious, and it does good things for you. So check out those recipes for pumpkin pie and eggnog over at magic-works.com, and you will certainly enjoy them. I give you my word as a tarot reader. Now, whatever that's worth, right? Well, we're here now at the last show of the year to spend the next hour looking through the magical window of the tarot, which I call it the magical window because tarot cards let us see around the corners of the space-time continuum and see what's happening in the world. Now, you might want to know why we bother doing that, because there's a belief that you can't really change anything anyway. But I find that the more information we have, the more educated decisions we'll make in life. And there was a time in human history when everybody would go to a tarot reader. Tarot readers were quite common. They were highly respected members of the community. Now, of course, there's a butt of jokes. We get made fun of a lot. Anytime somebody who is a crook shows up and is scamming people using tarot or other psychic means, the newspapers get hold of it, and they always write the same thing. Why didn't they see it coming? If they're psychic. Well, you see, that's kind of a silly question. But the thing is that it does work. You'll hear examples of that working tonight. You'll hear it all the time. You'll hear examples of it not working too, maybe, because that's the way everything is in life. Nothing is infallible. Everything it has its flaws. But the whole point behind reading a tarot is to get more information. It's not so that you can get winning lottery numbers. It's not so that you can control people. It's to get information and learn more about the influences that are going around in our lives, the influences that we can't see but are there. Now, you can't deny that there are unseen influences. If some people are walking around planning and plotting against you, that's a malevolent influence, and you may want to know about that. Oftentimes, people ask me about things in their life that just aren't going well, and I can see that there's somebody there who's causing them harm. And they know it. Generally, people know it. And most of the times, people just want validation of a feeling, and the tarot cards can give that to them. I don't mean that in a condescending way. I mean, somebody can say, is there somebody looking out for me and helping me somewhere? And we can see that. Or is somebody trying to hurt me? We can see that. Now, the thing is, don't confuse tarot cards with an instruction manual. You don't want to ask questions like, should I quit my job and move? Because that's, you either will or you won't. The real question would be, if I quit my job and move, how would that look? And we can take a glimpse into that and see if that'll work out well for you or not. Maybe it will work out, but not now. Maybe it'll work out well later. I'm shuffling up the cards now. That's that annoying noise you hear, because I like to keep the cards shuffled. Statistically speaking, when you shuffle a deck of cards 3 times, it's randomized. But I give it more than that. Well, anyway, that's about it. That's all I've got to say. I certainly urge you to check out my website for those recipes I told you about. It's magic-works.com, magick-works.com. And also check out mojobrothers.org. That's my Mojo Brothers Publishing is our publishing website, our publishing arm. There are new books coming. There are new books that will be here, and I'm hoping to announce at least one of them next week. And I'll give you a little hint of that. It's a fascinating old book that we reproduced, which is one of the things we do. We like to find books that have that came out 100 years ago and people have forgotten. And this is a book, I believe it's from the 1920s, called The Kabbalah of Numbers. Numbers hold a place of great importance in our lives, whether we know it or not. There are certain numbers that keep cropping up in my life, and they mean a lot to me, especially if I'm going to begin an endeavor and I see that number. Whoa, that means a lot. So anyway, we're going to be doing that. There's also books on. There's a book called from about 1919. It's called The Light from Beyond. That will be coming out in about a week or so, maybe a little bit more. Maybe you won't hear about that for 2 weeks. That's from the Harry Houdini collection of the Library of Congress. See, these books are languishing there. These books filled with eternal information are just languishing there. What happened in 1919 is fascinating in that culturally, after the war, World War I, although they obviously didn't call it that, it had other names in its day, the Great War. It was originally called the War Between the Christian Nations, believe it or not, but that, kind of dropped out of favor. I still remember, when I was a little boy, my mother had an uncle who was in World War I, and we would talk, and I was horrified. I was a little boy, and when I heard World War I, my first thought was, you mean there were more than one of them? They had to number them? I was kind of a strange little boy. But World War I led to, because so many people died around the world. Oh, it was brutality. It was butchery. So much death and destruction that people took comfort in the Ouija board. That's what put the Ouija board on the map, was World War I. It also became very big after World War II, and then there was a resurgence during the war in Vietnam. That's how it goes, It's people can scoff all they want, but when it hits the fan, folks, people turn to the esoteric and the occult arts because they've been developed for a reason. Don't let people scare you. It's not the devil's work. This is completely wholesome, spiritually based stuff. I urge you to take a look at some of the books that we have at mojoacademy.org. Just you run through the website and look at the titles, and you'll understand that this is not something to be afraid of. This used to be quite a normal part of life, and I'll tell you, more people consult tarot readers than like to admit it publicly. They just, they won't do it publicly, but they do see us. They see people like us. It's enough to support whole organizations of tarot readers out there, let me tell you. So anyway, now we're going to ring the bell 3 times, which I do traditionally, to declare that we are entering sacred space. I've been doing that since I started the show, and I have no idea why I picked the bell or 3 times, but I use it as a line of demarcation. We are now in sacred space where we will be looking through the magical window. And the first person up to look through the magical window tonight is Leanne in Alberta, Canada, soon to be the 51st state of America, right?
I don't think so. I don't know. I don't keep up with politics.
It seems highly unlikely, doesn't it? I think the press people are just trying to whip up a little fight, but I mean, we can barely manage the 50 we've got. What are we going to do with the 50th? It's bigger than the whole country anyway, right?
Yeah.
So anyway, what can I look at for you tonight?
I'm not sure. Just like an overall overview kind of thing, maybe.
Okay, well, let's see what we've got. I see that your life is changing, and it's changing for the better. You've been, according to these cards, you've been very diligent about trying to keep things together. Is that the way you feel?
Yeah.
Because I've got a card here called the Chariot, which it shows a person, figuratively speaking, on a chariot with one horse is white and one is black, and they're pulling in different directions, and it is the job of the person in the chariot to keep things going straight ahead when the horses want to go separately. And that's very draining and very difficult. But I see that from the card called the Six of Swords, that it shows a person moving from troubled waters to smoother waters. So I see that you've been making this a good effort to improve your situation, and it's working. Emotionally,
that's good to know.
You're growing and changing in many ways emotionally, and there's good stuff coming for you in terms of friendships and love affairs and relationships, because you're changing and growing. The most important card here is the Sun. That is a card of health and healing and growth and happiness. So I think that all the work that you put in, because you've been so diligent about trying to keep things going smoothly in your life, is going to start paying off, and it'll be a lot easier for you to do it. That's the important thing. The Ten of Swords is here also. That means that you've been through some bad times, but they're over. Does that feel good for you?
Yes, yes.
So, but you see, the main thing.
Had to break there for a bit.
Yeah, that's the Chariot. It just keeps you busy and busy and busy. But the Six of Swords shows that you've moved away from that, and you're getting to smoother waters, and that's good. In other words, Leanne, your efforts are paying off. See, so this is telling me to tell you that it's working out well for you. Okay, there's the Four of Rods here. Four of Rods is a card of great happiness and joy and comfort. So I think you're getting to be where you want to be. It's taken you a long time, hasn't it?
Oh, for sure.
Well, you've been very good about applying yourself towards improvement, and it's working. It's going to pay off. I see that very clearly. You're going to have an excellent year. Here's another one. It's the Ten of Cups. That's perfected happiness. And the Six of Rods, that's triumph and success. There's nothing other than really good stuff here for you. And that just makes me feel good. So congratulations.
I love it.
Well, you deserve it. You really do. Let me see if I can get one more card here. The one more card I have here is strength. That characterizes you. You're strong enough to do this, and it's paying off. Okay?
Thank you.
My pleasure. And enjoy the year, because it's going to be a great one for you. Okay?
Oh, I'm so excited. Thank you.
My pleasure. Bye-bye now. Now, see, this is what I meant about the cards confirming things for people, because Leanne obviously has been working hard at this. The cards told me that she's been working hard at this. She said she's been working hard at this. I have no reason to doubt her. The thing is that she needed some reinforcement to see that this is paying off. And that card, the Six of Swords, that's the one. Take a look at it. Go online and take a look at the Six of Swords. It's different in many different decks, but the overall symbolism is the same, which is moving across rough waters to smooth waters. Now, that sometimes is, people believe that means you're going to move. And it could be that basic, but these cards have a deeper nature and a symbolic nature. And to move from rough waters to smooth waters is something that we all want, because we don't, who likes to be living in rough waters, right? It's nauseating. It's difficult. It's holding, that's the thing, is holding life together is what really hurts people. I mean, not that you should let your life fall apart by any means, but the struggle to hold it together, it can be so tiring, so exhausting. And it's nice to let go once in a while and know that you won't, it's not like you're a tightrope walker without a net. One mistake, it's over, right? But this is a good feeling to know that you're moving away from that need for the tight control, and you can relax a bit. Kathy in Riverton, Wyoming is next. Hi, Kathy, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, Elliot. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
I am doing okay.
I've got to ask you a question. How does it feel to be in Wyoming, the state that everybody picks on when they want to make change? Like they say, well, why should Wyoming have 2 senators when they don't have as many people as California? They always pick Wyoming to insult. Why is that? Have you noticed? You must have.
Well, no, it's just a very, there's people out there that don't know that Wyoming exists.
Well, from what I've seen, it's a beautiful, beautiful state.
Yes, it's got the hot springs and canyons and mountains, and it's got wildlife, a lot of wildlife. We just don't have any snow right now, which is really rare.
Wow, that is good. That is rare, rather. We have snow here. Maybe your snow came here to New York. We had an inch of snow today. It's the first white Christmas we've had in many years. But snow doesn't stay white in New York City. It gets kind of gray after a little while. Anyway, I always feel that this singling out of Wyoming for political what's the word I'm looking for? Not necessarily attack, but that you're the symbol of all that's wrong with the political system is just goofy, because Wyoming is a gorgeous state, and you shouldn't be we shouldn't be criticizing a place that hasn't got a dense population. I mean, good grief, that says nothing wrong with having a light population density. So what can I look at for you tonight?
Right.
What should we look at in the
I was wondering about. I was kind of wondering about my son and his predicament, if you could see anything for him.
Let's see. Well, the first card I have here is the World, so that's a card of assured success, which is good. Tell me if these cards apply here. The next is the Hermit. That is somebody who's going to come and guide your son, somebody who will give your son advice and help. The Five of Rods is here. This is a person who's struggling. This is it's a card that shows people beating each other with sticks. It's a mass group of people struggling. And then but the next card is the Eight of Cups, and that shows a person walking away from things in life that are not working out for him and going to things that are working out. I see there's been great sadness in his life. Is that correct?
Yes.
Because that's the Nine of Swords. That's a very sorrowful card. And right now what I'm seeing is the Ten of Rods. He's feeling very overburdened. There's a lot happening. He may be under the influence of somebody who is not very good for him. Is that what's going on?
Maybe.
Okay, because see, what I've got here is the devil card. Now, that's not like satanic or anything. That the devil card here refers to a very charismatic and controlling person who keeps people pretty much chained up. So it seems to me that there may be a bad influence in his life right now. But I see him working through that. I seriously see it, and it's going to come as a result of friends who are going to help out. That's the Three of Cups. Okay.
Okay.
So it's since the first card was success. The cards are saying it is a bad situation, but it's not hopeless. That's what I'm getting.
Uh-huh.
So, you don't have to go into details, really. There's a lot of people listening. You might want to be private about this. But what I'm seeing is that he's feeling overburdened. He's been suffering, but he's feeling beaten up. But he's going to come to a point where he will be walking away and changing the things in his life that aren't working. And he will be going to the things that are working. And that is a very, very, very positive outcome.
I'm so glad.
One card here that I want for you is the Star. Okay, that is a card of hope and optimism. It means the situation is not hopeless, which of course I can see because that first card is the World. So hang in there. It's going to get better. When I think he's going to have to get free of bad influences first. Okay.
Okay.
Does that answer it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well,
thank you, Elliot, so much.
Keep me posted. I can be reached by email at asktarot@earthlink.net or through the Ask One Radio Network. Anytime you want me to pull a few more cards, drop me a line and I will be happy to do it, no charge, okay?
Thank you, Elliot. I appreciate you.
Good luck. Thanks
I hope
for your
you're
kind
healing
words.
speedily.
Yeah, well, I'm getting better. I'm getting better. So thank you very much for calling. Now, see, this is an example now of the tarot cards showing the aura around a situation. We see a young man in trouble, but basically working his way out of it, which that's good. There's hope there. There are definitely cards in the deck that would indicate utter hopelessness, and they were not there. And you got to be rather gentle when you go into that. This is why I always approach each reading cleanly and seriously and with great respect, because you don't know which way it's going to go. You know what I mean? It's funny though how not funny in a laughable way, of course, how so many readings are good readings when I get them. Even when I do private readings, they're good. Not that I'm eager to dispense bad news to people, far from it, but sometimes bad news is the news that you need to hear, and if it's there, I'm certainly going to relay it. But the whole situation of a good outcome, so much of that depends upon a person knowing that something is wrong. And everybody who calls or contacts a reader for advice knows that something is wrong. So you're way ahead of the crowd. A lot of people walk around with their head in the sand and don't know what's going on. But you're ahead of the crowd if you're seeking advice on a situation, and that to me is why these things work out. These readings look so super positive all the time, because you're taking a positive step towards understanding and analyzing a situation, even though it's an unorthodox step. You can't say it doesn't work. Let's put it that way. Well, you can, but you'd be wrong. There, that's my pronouncement for the day. Taylor in Greenfield, Massachusetts is next. Am I pronouncing your name correctly?
You actually did.
Oh, good. I took a shot at it. So, how are you doing tonight?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm always doing well. I get such great energy from the Ask One Radio audience. What can I look at for you tonight?
I was looking for a little clarity on my love life.
Ah, okay. Has a relationship recently come to an end?
Sort of. Not. It wasn't really a relationship. It was more kind of like a getting to know each other. But it wasn't anything serious.
The reason I ask is that I see the tower struck by lightning here, which is about something suddenly ending, and it's almost a bad ending. So maybe the cards are being a little melodramatic, right?
Yeah.
Well, but take heart, because the next card I've got after that is that it's the sun, and that is a card of growth and healing and happiness and joy. It's all the good stuff you can think of. Mostly that's what's important is healing and growth. I have a couple of sword cards here. One is the 10 of Swords, which means the worst is over. Life has thrown its worst at you, and you're still here. And the 6 of Swords, I think I've had these cards earlier today, which is that you're moving in a very positive direction from rough waters to calm waters, so to speak, metaphorically speaking. So what I'm seeing is that you're healing and doing very well. You're not letting what happened get to you. Now, here's an interesting card in this context. It's the Hierophant, which means religious authority, and when a person asks about romantic situations, that card invariably indicates marriage. So that might be in the cards, as they say, for next year for you.
Oh, well, that's good news. Thank you.
Well, it could be good news for some people, right? You know, some people, that would be terrible news.
Yeah. Well, it sounds positive.
Yeah, but it looks like that's going to... Now, there's two things here that I want to explore slightly. The one is the Ace of Cups. That means the beginning of new emotional fulfillment and joy and happiness. See, that's all that good stuff, right? The Justice card is here. You've been treated badly by somebody, and they're going to pay for that. Has this happened?
Yeah, definitely my ex.
Okay, well, this guy, this person is going to suffer for that. There's no doubt about it. You're going to get you're going to get the justice that you feel that you deserve over this. Okay.
Okay.
That's neither good nor bad. That's just the way the karma flows, right? So this person treated you badly and very badly, and is going to pay for it. That's the important thing. The overall influence when you ask about this, I'm getting all these cup cards, which is good because cups are exactly the suit of cards that relate to your question. Is the 10 of Cups, which perfected happiness and joy and a happy home and a family and all kinds of good stuff. So I think this is going to be a very good year for you emotionally and romantically. Okay.
Oh,
all the signs
thank you so much.
All the signs are there. All of them are there.
That was a little pick-me-up I needed. I really appreciate it.
Well, you're going into 2025. You're poised for romantic success.
Amazing.
Yeah, they're your cards. It's nothing I'm doing here. In fact, I've got another card here, which is the 9 of Cups, which is a person who's so happy and so enjoys the sensuous things in life that there's a slight warning that you're going to make people envious. So that's pretty good, I think.
Oh, wow.
So keep that in mind. You're going to be doing, if these cards hold up, and they usually do, you're going to be doing very, very well emotionally, romantically, and physically, spiritually, and all that in 2025. So bravo.
Thank you so much.
You're on the path to success. Thanks for calling.
Yeah, thank you. Happy holidays.
My pleasure.
Have a great night.
Thank you. Bye-bye now.
Bye.
And let's shuffle them up again. By next week, let's see. Next week we'll get together at New Year's Day here. That's the way that goes. then after that, I'll be around here. Let's see, what day of the week would this? What are we looking at here? Let's see. Nope. By the time we get together after New Year's, because our first show of the year will be the first day of the year. And then that's Sunday, of course. That the Sunday is a very interesting day. It is the Festival of Fools. It is January 5th, which is, if you've read The Hunchback of Notre Dame or seen the, especially the Charles Lawton version of the movie, that's the day that they crown poor deformed Quasimodo as the Pope of Folly. That was the Feast of Fools. Was a very special day when in the religious calendar of the time, when everything was upside down. So of course they would take the lowest of the low and crown that person the Pope. I was born on the Feast of Fools. I was born on that day, the 12th night of Christmas, January 5th. I know that in England they count the calendar differently for some bizarre reason, which is probably why we seceded and formed our own country. Can't have that. I think they do it on January 6th. But January 5th is the 12th night of Christmas, and the 12th night was a night of madness, as Shakespeare portrayed in his uproariously funny play, the 12th night. Sunday, January 5 is the 12th night of Christmas, and that is my birthday, which I get to be yet another year older. I made it. Let's see which part of my body gives out this year. Elena in Holden, Massachusetts is next. Hi, Elena. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello.
Hi, Elena. How are you doing tonight?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm doing well. Let's see if we can get you feeling a little better than just okay. How's that? What would you like to look at?
I have a sister-in-law who was hours away from a C-section. She collapsed last Tuesday, very early morning, and she and her two babies are on life support. And none of us know what to do, and other than pray. And I am new to this and skeptical, and I was just wondering if there's anything.
Well, other than pray should not be treated dismissively, because prayer is very powerful, and you can find many medical studies that have shown that prayer helps, that prayer absolutely does. The card I have here for you is the Four of Swords, which is about taking a time out, which means it's out of your hands. You just, what happens is going to happen. There's nothing you can do right now. Definitely the emperor, the high priestess is here, which is telling me that yes, prayer would be very effective. And one of the things I've learned over the last few years with the rather calamitous state of my own health is to be able to trust that the experts who have experience in this know what they're doing. Now, I know that's a lot to ask, because a lot of experts got a lot of stuff wrong in the last few years, but those were television experts. I'm talking about the people down in the trenches, the doctors, the nurses, the people who have experience in this, and we've got to believe that they're doing the best they can. I just see that the cards I'm getting, like the Four of Swords and the Two of Rods, these are cards of waiting. So there's really not much that you can do other than wait. And I would say the prayer is good. I would ask anybody who's listening to this, who is a healer doing especially Reiki, if they have your permission, they could send Reiki and healing energy to your family. Would you like that?
Sure. Yes, please.
Okay, because I would never have them do it without your consent, and they wouldn't do it without your consent. That's for sure. And I don't have the ability to speak for you, but if that's that'll help. But what I've got here is the Temperance card, which is a card about balance, and that's things are out of balance now, but they'll come back into balance again. This is a tragic thing. This is a dangerous and scary situation, and we have to hope that everybody comes out of it okay. All right.
Okay.
Let me see if I can. Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing cards that indicate bad times passing and good times. Hello. I'm back now. I had a little technical glitch.
Okay.
Sorry. I am seeing cards that show that things will clear up, but I'm not getting anything that shows whether it'll be good or bad. It's too soon to tell at this point. But this is because it's overshadowed by cards of sadness here, and obviously you're feeling very sad. I mean, I feel sad just listening to this, and that's human empathy. It's only natural, but we're all pulling for you, and please, I hope everything works out for you. If it does work out for you, let us know, okay?
Thank you.
Okay, I will light a candle for you to send some positive energy, and we'll get those Reiki energy here, people, to concentrate on. Let's see, we're talking about Holden, Massachusetts, for Elena, who could use some Reiki energy for her immediate family. How's that?
That sounds good. Thank you. Are you able to just tell me, are they alone?
Let me see.
Or do they have people with,
You mean spiritually speaking?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't see them alone, because I've got the Judgment card here, which shows various spirit entities rising from the ground. So yeah, that answers your question. And the Fool is here. That's a card of great spiritual protection. So you do have very important forces working to help you out.
Okay.
And we'll all send blessings your way.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
My pleasure. Bye-bye now.
Okay.
Oh gosh, these are the kind of things that it's things that are supposed to be happy occasions can turn on a dime. If people ask about that, I always ask about, why do bad things happen to good people? There were famous books written on this subject. Bad things happening to good people. Well, we're living in a corrupt world. If you look at the tree of life, go to my website, magic-works.com, magick-works.com, and click on why. I think that's what I call it. That's that the question asked is why. Because in the state of existence, in the spiritual state of existence, we are in the lowest plane. There's just no doubt, there's no way around that. And the world is volatile. One of the things that we learned when astronauts started circling the globe was that the planet is in a perpetual state of upheaval. There are constantly storms, there's constantly lightning, there's constantly earthquake. It's just constantly in a state of upheaval. And here we are, these little flesh robots walking around trying to make sense out of everything and trying to live as successfully as we can without hurting other people. Now, I know there are a lot of people out there who enjoy hurting other people, but I know that you and I are not one of them. But when bad things happen, this is very difficult to deal with because we don't expect it. And hey, look, it can turn on a dime. I mean, I was not feeling very well. I went to a doctor's office and I essentially got a death sentence. And they're working to postpone that at this point. You see, but we still persevere. This is life. This is life in its rawest, and that's the way it goes. So we can only try to maintain a positive attitude and help each other. Carrie in Florida is next. Hi, Carrie. You're on with Reverend Elliott.
Hi, Reverend Elliott.
Hi, Carrie.
Some of that just spoke to me. That's so crazy.
Yeah. Well,
yes.
When these things happen, we all feel it, don't we?
Yes.
Well, what can I look at for you tonight? I have a few minutes left.
I just want to look at my 2025, and I've had a really, really hard 2024, and I feel like things are getting better for me, and I wanted to know what you see about that.
Yeah, I absolutely do. First of all, things are changing for the better and changing fast. That's the Eight of Rods. The Judgment card is here, which I had a moment ago. The Star is here. These are all cards of positivity. Judgment means that you'll be. It's like a rebirth, And the Star is here, which is the card of hope and optimism. The Fool is here, which is a card of great spiritual protection. Now, the important thing is these are all major cards in the tarot deck, which tells me that this is a very important question in your life. Here's the card is the Lovers. Now, that doesn't really, that's been ruined by movies. The card means facing a decision that you'll be making. There's a decision that you're going to have to make in the coming year.
Yes.
You know about it, right? So you'll. What I've got here is the Wheel of Fortune, which tells me that the situation you're in now is changing. They're changing for the better because the next card is the Six of Rods. And the Six of Rods is triumph and success. But look at that. You have two cards here that are rods. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 other cards are major cards. So you asked the question of your life at this point. Because the preponderance of, here's another major card, and I'll get to that in a second. The preponderance of major cards means that it's a turning point in your life. Now, don't be frightened about this one. The card is Death. And now that's a good card. It doesn't predict you're going to die this year. I mean, that's not what these cards do. The card of Death is a deeper symbolic card because there's a sunrise on that card. It means that one period of your life is coming to an end, and another period of your life is beginning. And I have a feeling you've been waiting for that, right?
Oh, gosh, it's been like 19 months, and I've been battling, and yes.
Well, look at this. There's another major card. These major cards just keep coming. It's the Temperance card. Temperance means balance. And balance, the simple meaning of that card is balance will be restored in your life. After that, it's a minor card, but one of the best. It's the Ten of Cups, which is about great joy and happiness and fulfillment. So, 2025 that's the year you've been waiting for, according to these cards.
Yes.
This is one. It's all coming together. All the stuff that was bad in the past is gone. Okay.
Good.
I'm having a little technical glitch here that can you hear me all right?
I hear you perfectly. Yes.
Okay, good. Got you. Yeah, it's just I'm not getting the sound fed back to me, so it's confusing. Boy, I hate technical glitches. Okay. Anyway, things are looking very, very, very good for you.
Thank you.
My pleasure. Is there anything else you want to look at?
Yeah, so with this situation, it's kind of like, kind of whether I'm going to have a lawsuit or not. Do you see me not having that, or do you think I will? That's the decision, actually.
Let's see what we got here. I'm shuffling them up. I'm not getting any indication of a lawsuit, but let's see what we get.
Well, maybe I won't have one, which is good. I mean,
No, I'm just getting this is so dull. I'm just getting cards of success and joy and happiness. How's that?
Oh, well, that's even better.
Yeah, that's good. No, but there are definite cards for lawsuits, and I don't see any of that. I'm just seeing all kinds of good cards here about happiness and joy.
Okay, good. Yeah.
Okay, so that's... I can only wish that you share it with everybody around you, because you're going to have a year to beat the band here. It looks great.
Oh, thank you. I need to hear that tonight.
Well, here's I shuffled them up, and again, here's that card, the World. That is assured success. So that's you're on the right. You're really on the right path. This is the year you've been waiting for, and I give you my applause. Okay.
Okay.
Thanks for calling.
Thank you.
Bye now. Hey, that's it. I think have we come to the end of another edition of Reverend Elliot's Magical Window? Looks like it. And let me just say, it's been a great time coming back. This was a very tumultuous year for me, what with missing 6 months of the show, owing to rather dire illness. But I'm being treated. I hope I'm sounding a little better. I'm hoping I'm sounding okay. I do have a bit of a cold still, which is irksome, but I'll settle for irksome over terminal any day. You know, it's funny how we make these choices, right? Yeah, give me a cold. I'll take an ingrown toenail while you're at it too. Why don't you? But don't even get me started. If you're like me and you have a tendency towards hypochondria, don't ever look up to see how many people die every year from ingrown toenails. Don't even, Well, let me just tell you again, I've got great plans for things coming up in 2025. My big plan for 2025 is to be able to celebrate the return of 2020, of New Year's for 2026. So that should be good. We can get together at 2026. Then if I can pull off 52 shows this year coming up, we'll do it. But we're putting the cap on 2024 with some excruciatingly positive readings for people, and I love it. I just love it. I told you at the start, there's a change in the land. There's an optimism in the land. We underwent couple of years of, what's the word I'm looking for? Professional crab apples who get paid millions of dollars by various failing cable television networks to just spread fear and anger. And they failed. They failed. I'm not interested in who the candidate is or what the candidate's party is. I'm looking at the bigger picture. We had a group of people who like to call themselves political pundits, whose whole job is to throw rain on your parade. This is the kind of people who just don't like to see anyone else happy. What surprises me is how rich they are. Come on, folks. If you were packing away $25 million a year, would you spend your life complaining and whining? I think you could do better. I know you can do better. So we survived it. We survived that. And now they're going to try to start it again for 2028, but I don't think it's going to work. I think that we have a revival of positive thinking and positive energy in the land. This is one of the reasons I was so firm during the time I was here this year, that people should read the book Unmasking Fear. And I'd like you to do it again. I'd like to do that one more time, because they're going to start up with the fear campaigns again. There's one thing that these people can't stomach. And let me tell you, I spent a lot of time around television news people during my working life. And I'm telling you, they're not well. Just right. They like to think they're in the news business, but they're not. They're in the business of getting ahead in the news business, and those are two different things. But they're very depressing people, and the sight of you and me happy bothers them. Seriously. So keep that in mind, and go to mojoacademy.org and take a look at the book Unmasking Fear by Lloyd Kenyon Jones. There's a couple of brilliant prefaces and prologues written there by an astonishing writer, me. I had to work that one in, right? And I do want you to think of that book, Unmasking Fear, as your armor. You'll be able to put on your armor to stop them from doing this to us again. This time they failed. But how many times are they going to do this to us before attrition just gets to us and wears us down? Because they're in the fear business, and I'm in the hope business and the energy business and the positive energy business, as is everybody at Ask One Radio. We're all about positive energy and good vibes. And take a look again at Unmasking Fear. But I'm probably going to, this year, I'll write a book about positive thinking and positive energy. I know that there's been many books over the years written about it, but I'm telling you, it works. And don't let people take that away from you. Just don't do that. Don't. Okay? Your positive energy is your shield. It's your armor. So until we get together on New Year's Day, 2025, this is Reverend Elliot, reminding you that time flies. It's up to you to be the navigator. Bye-bye now.
Happy Tuesday from Houston, Texas, and welcome to Stellar Parenting with Brandy. I'm your host, Brandy Kahn. I'm an intuitive astrologer, and I also hold a Master of Science degree in psychology with an emphasis in child and adolescent development. I'm super passionate about helping parents, teachers, and guardians combine and mix the magic of the stars with the art of intentionally and consciously raising our children. You can find me at brandycon.com, and if you'd like to be a caller on the show, join my Facebook group, Psychology Infused Astrology, and sign up on the list. I'd love to hear from you. So for today's show, we've got a lot of fun. We will be going over the transits for the week, and boy, are they really, really good this week. We've got a lot to talk about. We will also have a few minutes for our weekly segment and the spotlight, and then there's time for a caller. So if you'd like an astrology or a tarot reading, call into the show. I'd love to hear from you. So let's begin with our transits for this week. Here we are, Tuesday, November the 19th, and it's a really big day in the astrology community because Pluto officially left the sign of Capricorn today and entered into the forward